What is going on, family? What is going on? It's your boy, the Sniper, aka the Brown Elmco Wolf. I know it's been a long time since y'all seen me. Just been handling business, personal issues, work things to get taken care of. Um, I just been, doing it all. Taking care of responsibilities. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna give people you on the chat. Please hit that like button. um, But we got a very interesting story that's been going on for the last couple of days, maybe a week or so. But again, I'm gonna wait until some folks get up on here. If not, in a few seconds, then I'm going to go ahead and get started. Y'all can catch it on the back end. But again, I am the Sniper, representative 20 West, 20 East. I'm sorry, that Wolfpack Nation. That dog nation, y'all know what I do how I get down. But before I get started, I'm gonna tell you this: we're gonna keep this professional, the best way possible. I don't do too much of that screaming and yelling and trying to put people down. We're just gonna talk about this situation right here. We're gonna talk about um, the upcoming case that's coming up with a Rodney Hilton Jr. Rodney Hilton Jr. Now give me a second, y'all. Got a couple things going on all at one time. So if y'all don't know, I'm gonna give y'all a bit of a brief history, background on this case. Uh, so about this case in Cincinnati, Ohio. Respect the truth. What's going on, brother? In Cincinnati, Ohio, a police chase pursued. Okay, had about 3 or 4 teenagers that had a stolen car. All right, and when they got to a certain point, all the teenagers jumped out and uh, and it started a foot pursuit. Per the officer stated that one of the teenagers um, one of the teenagers that was in a foot pursuit. The officer who was chasing one of the teenagers, the teenager had a gun on him. Called it over the radio. He said that the gun was pointed at the officer, so the officer shot him and eventually killed him. So with all that happened, at the investigation, the parents, Mr. Rodney Hilton Jr., went to the police station and went to go see the went to the police station and watched the video. Upsetting that it is to watch on body cam how your son was taking away from you. I can see how father gets upset. I can see how a father um, will get upset and be very distraught. If anybody's lost a child in any manner, it is not an easy. Um, it's not easy to take to the heart because now your son is your son, your daughter, your family member is gone. But in this time and age, we're looking at it as the a cop taking a young African American's life. Personally, for me, we'll get into that later. Um, just keep it describing this case. So, couple on. So a day or two later, after the father, Mr. Hilton Jr., went down to the police station, saw the body cam video, he was completely destroyed. So that day, he got into his vehicle, and I don't know how he did it. It doesn't say how he does it. He did it, but he went to. He started driving looking for this cop. And eventually he found this cop. We don't know if he followed him from the police station or whatever have you, but he eventually found this cop. And he drove onto traffic, into oncoming traffic, as the cop was doing this is a traffic stop. And he struck and killed this officer with his vehicle. Now there's a whole outrage about it. Been looking through social media. So now, wait, before I go there, I was looking for the name of this officer. He's being charged with murder. He's being completely charged with murder. Maybe with aggravated murder. Now, if most people don't know what aggravated murder is, let me let you know. What aggravated murder is. So aggravated murder refers to murder committed under specific circumstances that make the crime more serious, potentially leading to more severe penalties, including life in prison without parole or the death penalty. These aggravated factors can be included premeditated and intent to kill, or the murder of a protected class of individuals. He's probably going to get hit with that premeditated and intent to kill. Now, watching social media, there's a lot of mixed emotions about this. There's a lot of mixed emotions about this, because some of people's like, oh, well, and I've seen this, and I wish I could have kept it. And and been able to show you some of the remarks that I have, but or the remarks that was said about this particular case. But some people are saying, well, he is he shouldn't be charged for this murder. That's one thing we're going to talk about in a few. Others saying he should get the penalty. What's going on, Mr. Armando? Everything that they should throw the book at him. It is crazy how they're looking at this in Cincinnati and all over the world about this particular case. A parent's love for a kid, regardless if you got a good kid or a bad kid, parents' love for a kid is it's unexplainable. I have children. I have 2 boys and 2 girls. If something would have happened to them, I'd probably lose my mind. If something would have happened to any one of my kids, even though I got 2 grown kids and 2 young kids, if anything would have happened, I would lose my mind. Whether the circumstances. There's probably not a force out here that could probably ever stop me from protecting my own. But then there comes a point to where when your kids are out in the world, and me and somebody else talked about this earlier, regardless of anything that happens to me, or if my kid is done, I'm going to still love them. I'm going to still love them. But with saying that, here's the questions that I have for Mr. Hilton's son, or Mr. Hilton Jr. And I will have for other fathers that's out there. And I'm in a few, figure out how to drop this link on here so other fathers and this parents, period. This parents that's on here, period. What would you do if you're in this situation? How would you react to this situation? I know that some people would be like, hey, I've seen this before. A child, particularly a African American teenager, young adult, is killed by a Caucasian male that's in law enforcement or has some type of law background, and there's no reason to kill him. With doing stuff with law enforcement, being state certified, and I'm not making no excuses for anyone. I'm not making excuses for the officer. I'm not making excuses for the deceased. And I'm not making excuses for Mr. Hilton Jr. I'm not making excuses for not near one of them. We're just going to go down the list and things that could have happened differently. For one, let's start with the young man. God rest his soul. Let's start with the young man. Why are you in a stolen car? Why are you putting yourself in a situation to be chased by the police? Okay, you're having fun. You did a stupid move to you made a bad judgment. But once the cops got was on your tail, why didn't you just give up? What makes our young folks do the stuff that they do? Somebody get him up out of here, please. I'm not. It's not that type of party, bro. It's not that type of. It's not that type of party. Somebody get this fool up out of here. Where was I? You know what? Let him stay. Let him stay. So that he was behind on payments. This is what this gentleman, Mr. Angelo, is saying, that car was not stolen. He was behind on payments. The dealer called it stolen. Do your research. Mr. Angelo, if a car is trying to be repossessed and you're running from the repo man and the dealership trying to get their car back, what do you call that? That sounds like stolen to me. Anybody else think the same way? Because you didn't return it, so now it's stolen. Be breezy, what's going on? They probably made phone calls and said, hey, make a payment or bring it back. And this is just going to Angelo right here, y'all. This is just going to Angelo. But if they did not, if they didn't, okay, I'm not scary, bro. Angelo, you just gotta stay on one, bro. You just gotta stay on one. You come here to cause trouble, bro. You can't be a real dude and just be kosher about stuff. You always gotta call some, bro. And I'm gonna stay on topic a little bit. I'm about to drop the link, bro. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'll be right back.
Hey, what's going on, brother?
What's going on, brother? Just had to figure out I haven't been up here a while, so I had to navigate around and try to find it.
Yeah, I know. Let me fix my mic. Make sure my mic's straight. Hold on.
I hear you
Okay.
clear, bro. I hear you clear.
All right, man. Before we get into the topic, man, I was trying to get up here and catch you. Um, that Angelo guy got. I would not let him up on the panel. Um, I was trying to give this advice to 86K. He didn't follow it. Angelo will get up on your panel and he'll say like coded words, trigger words that'll get your channel clapped.
Mm,
He goes around doing that. He did that to 86K, and that's why, bro. I would ban him from my panel. So
I
I mean,
got you.
I'm not
Hey,
trying to tell anybody how to run your platform or anything like that, but he is the reason why 86K's channel got clapped because 86K was
mm,
letting them up on the panel, and there's certain trigger words that YouTube will catch, and he'll say those trigger words. He'll get up here and say reckless stuff and get your channel clapped, bro. So that's why I would ban him. I would not allow
listen.
him on my
Hey,
panel.
I pray. Listen. Hey, I respect you, bro. And
Yeah,
hey, all my mod folks, y'all see anything that like that, just get rid of them, bro.
yeah,
Or
yeah.
if he says anything stupid on the chat, just get rid of him.
Yeah, I mean, I
But
would get them out of here. I wouldn't even allow them in the chat, bro, because they can get you typing. If you can, there's a way. If you go and hit dots, the three dots on the side, it gives you the option to report. So he'll come in the chat and he'll type reckless stuff and have somebody, another troll like a worldwide or somebody, come behind him and flag you. So you got to be real careful with that dude, bro.
I
That's
got
why
you.
I ban him. I ban.
Are you still there?
Sorry about that, man.
You still there?
So it
Okay.
came out the headphones. But yeah, man, that's why I banned him from all my channels, bro. All my
All right.
channels, man.
I
He
got
goes
somebody named
around,
Sa-
huh?
I got somebody named Sasha on here. Do you know who that is?
I don't know. I wouldn't. I don't know who that is. You can put your overlay up and see who it is.
Hey,
I don't know who that is.
hey, Sasha. The only way that you can come up here
Yeah,
is
make them cam up. If
if you
we ain't familiar
go
with them,
live.
they
You
got
got
to
to
cam
cam
up.
up.
Yeah,
You got
they
to
got to
cam
cam
up.
up.
And I'm trying to get back to my story, so cam up quickly so I can see who you are. If you don't cam up, you're not coming up.
Yeah. It's a shame you can't have a serious topic without idiots coming over trying to sabotage your show. It's a shame.
Bobby
You mess.
Sweetie. Who the heck is
Huh?
Bobby Sweetie? It says Bobby Sweetie.
I don't know who that is either.
You're not
I
coming,
don't know
bro.
who that is
Well,
either, bro. They ain't number
mm,
trolls. You know, if
they
they don't
don't.
cam up, if they don't cam up within how I do it, if they don't cam up within 5 seconds, I just ban them from the stream yard.
Okay, I got you, bro.
Mm. Because
So,
they're not gonna try me and D Truth like that, and you knew like that because they know we know the YouTube game, and we're familiar with it. You don't go live that much, so they'll try to catch you slipping, and that's what they did to 86K. 86K, as good as he is on the mic, he was only on here for like a year,
mm-hmm.
and they clapped his channel by playing games like that. So.
So back to my topic, bro.
Mm-hmm.
And where I was at was we was listening to. I was going to um, break this down to break this down from each person that was involved.
Mm-hmm.
So the first thing I asked was, why was this young man in a stolen car? Why is he running away from it? Because it was a police chase.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you finally get to a stopping point, then it turns to a foot chase.
Um,
what is going on with our young fellas, in your opinion?
I think it's the generation. You know, you got parents. You know, these younger. Okay, a lot of these parents that are like they're in their mid 20s to maybe their mid 30s, their
Right.
main focus is on being friends instead of their main focus is being friends instead of being parents.
I got you.
Hmm.
Are we talking about Jamal
Yeah,
Brown?
Mr. Billy. Yeah, Mr. Billy. We were waiting on that interview. We'll come. I will comment and react to when the interview, if the interview ever takes place. But
Who's
yeah, that individual, that person right there is almost 30, sir. It's almost 30.
I'm confused about what y'all talking about. We're gonna keep
No,
this going.
he's there in there typing nonsense, talking about something about a parent. They're talking about a 26-year-old grown man.
Mm.
A 26-year-old grown man that decided to do, we would, do knucklehead stuff, after being raised the right way by both of his parents. He decided to go out and do knucklehead stuff. That is not on the parents. That is not on the
Oh
parents.
yeah,
You cannot
yeah,
blame
yeah.
a parent for anything that a child does when they reach over the age of 21.
So Ryan Hilton was 18 years old. Ryan
Hmm.
Hilton was 18 years old doing what he did.
Hmm.
Hey, what's going on together? Pop up here. Hey, I know that a father did this, but we need to hear a mother's point of view about this also. Come
Exactly.
on up if you can. Uh,
And I just want to say to these little trolls that's coming in here, I've never in my life, no woman, and I got two baby moms. Neither one of them ever applied for child support on me. No woman has ever took out child support on me. No woman has
hey,
ever had to make me or had to drag me through the system to take care of either one of my kids. So, you know, say what you want to say about me.
so
Let the record show.
everybody, whoever is my mods in the chat, when we're not attacking anybody that's on this panel.
Hmm.
I'm going to put that out there right now. We're not doing this. Is a serious conversation.
Yes, sir.
This is something that we've got to get a handle on
Hmm.
from all points of views. We got to get a handle on us young men, these young men doing stupid stuff out in the world, particularly our African American young men doing stupid stuff out in the world. We got to take care. We got to get a handle on these cops who are, and we don't know the whole situation. I haven't seen the body cam. Armando, have you seen the body cam?
I ain't seen the body cam, but I just want to say this. Okay. The few idiots that have came in here typing crap like that, that is what's wrong with our community. Just to go back to what I was saying before I was rudely interrupted by those trolls. They basically proved my point by coming in here typing that nonsense. We are the only race that will sit there and coddle grown ass kids after they over the age of 18, 19, 20, and 21 years old. You're not, and you think that's a good thing, but it's not. You're doing them a disservice.
Yes,
You
sir.
so if you gonna coddle these grown ass kids, guess what? The real world the real world, they're not going to be coddled in the real world. When they get out here in the real world, they are going to feel this real world. And they're going to have to abide by the rules out here in this real world.
Yes, sir.
So being friends and coddling them and letting them stay in your basement and smoke weed and eat up all kinds of edibles and have all kinds of women all over there and not making them work. You ain't that ain't look that right there. You actually hurting them more than helping them. You're actually hurting them more than you helping them. You need to let them grow the hell up. You need to let them grow the hell up instead of coddling them. Because once they reach the age of 18, they walk across that stage and graduate and get that diploma. Your job is done as a parent. They are officially a damn adult. They are officially adult. Your job is done.
Good evening to you, Miss Together.
Salute to you, Together. Salute to you.
Hey, brothers, how y'all doing? I
I'm doing
caught the tail end of what you were asking. So, can you bring me up to speed?
Well,
and this clown right here, man. This clown right here, bro. Pay your rent. Pay your rent, Ty. Pay your rent. $1,000 a month, bro. That's all I got to say. Boy, if I had $1,000 mortgage, bro, I'd be living like a king down here. $1,000 a month, bro. You can't pay $1,000 a month, bro. Well, pay your rent. Pay your rent.
Whew.
Fool that can't pay $1,000 rent can't tell me nothing. I'm sorry, Sniper. I can see if the dude was balling and was he, you know what I'm saying? Six-figure
right.
dude, bro. He the last person that can tell me anything. I'm telling you, man. Boy, they feelings hurt.
Oh my God! Hey, listen.
Coming in here with a That's when you know. That's when one thing about me, I don't do that. I don't do that to them. That's how I know I'm winning, because they are triggered. They coming over here with a troll account. They triggered. They triggered.
Wow.
They are triggered.
Anybody's in the chat that is a mod of mine. I know I only got a few. Just we're gonna try to stay on top. This is not Jump on Armando Day. This is not Jump on Together Day. It's not Jump on Sniper Day. Okay.
But when I go live, but the thing about it, though, Sniper, when I go live, they don't come nowhere near my chat. When I drop my link, they don't come nowhere near the link. They don't hit my link. They doing this over here with you because they know you don't go live that much. So I'm telling you, it's the same thing they did to 86K, bro, and got his channel flagged.
Wow.
So Together, and to my chat and to everybody who's watching, I want to apologize for these trolls. Just like Armando says, I don't go live too much because I got too much going on to be going live all the time, but I'm back. But I want to talk about this serious conversation, and be breezy. Listen, bro. We're not doing that up here. This ain't that type of party. So be breezy. If you want drama, just go ahead. Hey, listen, thank you for coming up, but hey, we'll let you know when we have a drama show.
Yeah, this ain't the time, man. You know what I'm saying? This ain't the time. I done did what I had to do with them clowns. You know what I'm saying? I done did what I had to do.
Breezy? I didn't even see B Breezy.
What's going on, B Breezy?
How you doing?
So
it's like a Cleon. It's like a Cleon situation. Cleon from damn dead presidents. Keep going at them dudes, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm shooting a done dead corpse right about now.
So Together.
That's about what you just did, bro.
I'm still
How you did that?
So
How
what?
you just did that? You brought yourself up to the big screen and put us on the side, the small.
Oh, I was just using the side little things that they got on this StreamYard.
Yeah, I've been trying to figure that out for a minute.
You talking
Yeah,
about
that's
like that?
about right there, man. That look like a real podcast now.
Mm. So the first question I had together was, um in your thoughts, what's going on with our young generation right now?
They're not being taught. Nobody's taking the time to teach them. Instead of parents teaching them, they'll give them an electronic device or something to get out of their hair because they don't want a parent. And that's a big problem because children are being raised up looking at videos thinking that it's real life and it's not. And so this is where this generation is going. It's really sad because it used to be a time where family would sit at the table, eat together, talk about, what happened today, and then at the end of the week, which is Friday, they would talk about, the whole week and what they could do better. Give me 1 second.
Okay. Armando, you still there?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm here, bro.
so that's
Oh.
that's what I'm seeing, and I'm amazed at the stuff because I'm sitting there looking like these kids have zero manners. Moms and dads want to, like get their groove back and be their kids' friends instead of being their kids' parents. So it's a lot of stuff that is messing this generation up.
Mm. So, like I asked Armando, have you seen the body cam of this situation?
Are you talking about the father that ran over that cop that allegedly shot his child in the back?
Yes.
I have not seen that, but I was reading somewhere where they said that he got the wrong cop, and that's why he's in
Oh,
trouble. They said
And that's
this
my
is what I'm
issue with the
saying.
and
whole thing.
yeah, but
Yeah.
don't go too far into it yet. There together and Armando, because that's going to be my next subject, next
Hmm.
bullet point. So this again, this young man is in a stolen car.
Hmm.
This young man is with three to four other people. I
Okay.
think it's three other. I think there was just four gentlemen in the car. They get stopped by the police, or they go on a vehicle pursuit first, and then they go to foot pursuit,
Okay.
and then that's where it comes up to be that this cop is chasing Mr. Ryan Hilton, and allegedly sees a gun, calls out that he sees a gun. The gun is allegedly pointed at the officer, and the officer shoots this young man, this 18-year-old young man.
Okay.
This
So
conversation could go. This conversation goes one or two ways, and if we can if we look at
You
this, we can
freezing
play
up
pros and
bad,
cons.
man. You
Am I?
freezing up bad.
Oh,
okay, there you go.
am I
Okay, there
good?
you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. The conversation could go one or two ways. If this young man has a if this young man has a cops and pointed at an officer, where do you expect the officer to be?
Okay. So let me
What
ask you
did
this question.
what? Oh, give me 1 sec, because it's a it's a 2 point question. It's going to go, and I think I know where you're going to go with it. If this young man did not have a gun, somebody get this dude up out of here, man. If this young man did not have a gun, and he shot this young man for running, how does this justify the shooting?
Okay. So I'm just going by what I heard. I hear what you said, But how could how could the cop have seen the gun if he shot the boy in the back? That is the ultimate question. That's my question. How is it if he's running and fleeing from you, and even if he did have a weapon in his arms, his back is to you. He's not yet turned around to aim it at you. You shot him in the back. This is my
But
understanding.
I'm going to and I agree with you. But the law states if a person is running with a gun and it can show harm to anybody in the surrounding area, the officer does is justified for shooting.
Okay, if he did indeed have a weapon and he was running with that weapon and potentially um, harming some innocent person because he might have aimed wildly, I can agree with it to a certain extent, but then I want to see the weapon that you said he had. There's no room for assumptions. There's no room for and sniper. I respect law enforcement, but I've seen it too many times where a cop would yell gun, and that was his cover up because he really wanted to dislodge a bullet into somebody's body, and it's been seen multiple times. And when they get to like out here in California, um, the city I used to live in, this dude lied and said that this black guy stole his iPad, and so the black guy had on a backpack and he was listening to music, and he had his cell phone, and the cop yelled gun. He had no idea that there were cameras. He had no idea that there were witnesses. And everybody could see that a gun don't have a light on it like a cell phone. He shot
Go,
this boat
you
this
go ahead. I'm sorry.
what?
I said a gun. You can detach a light to a gun.
Not like a cell phone. The whole cell phone was lit up because he was listening to Pandora.
Oh, you're talking about like that? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So you cannot assume, you can't lie and say that was a weapon when everybody saw the boy and the cop kept telling him to stop. He didn't stop because he had earbuds in listening to music while he was walking. After he shot and took the life of that boy, the young guy that said that he stole his iPad, when they went to court, had to confess that he lied. And the officers in prison because there was no gun. You yelled gun because your fat butt didn't want to run. You had no clue the dude had earbuds in his ear. His family sued for millions and millions of dollars, and like they said, it still doesn't bring him back. But this is something that a lot of cops do. They
So,
yell gun
I,
and there's no gun.
but pertaining to this one, we're gonna look at it both ways. And like you mentioned earlier, so what should a law enforcement officer do? And this question will go for you, Armando. What should a law
Mm-hmm.
enforcement officer do when you are chasing someone, you allegedly see a gun, or don't see a gun? What should law enforcement do?
My thing is, man, in that situation, man, I've seen high speed chases where cops were chasing the Caucasian uh, perpetrators, and they did everything in their power to apprehend them without using
Hmm.
excessive force. So let's not act like, you know, shooting somebody is the only way you can, that you can diffuse a situation. Because we have seen many, many, many times, man, we done seen these documentary shows or these high speed chase shows where the cops chased the suspect down and apprehended them without, using deadly force. You know,
Yep.
Prime example, Dylan Roof. Dylan Roof walked in the church and took 9 lives. He was on the run. They apprehended him without hurting him. Not
Ain't that the
only
one
did
they
they
took to
apprehend him safely,
McDonald's?
they took him to Burger King and fed him.
Yes. Yeah.
So I mean, it is what it is.
So we get different treatment all around as
Exactly. Yeah,
black
let's not act
people.
like they don't black suspects. Like if it's a car full of young black men, oh, they already got their guns out. They already got their guns out.
And that's the bad
Blacks
cops
and
that
blacks, Mexicans, they already got their guns out. But if it's some white kids or some Asian kids, they gonna you
let them
know
go.
they gonna get the pity patty treatment. They'll apprehend them together, but they'll coddle them.
Like for instance, Sniper, there's a guy that was out here in California and he looked like he could have been Armenian, no disrespect. And he would get mad. He had road rage. Like if you turned your blinker on and got in front of him, he would get in front of you and slam on his brakes to stop your car. And he would like take a weapon and beat your car. He would target women. He wasn't targeting men. And they gave him 5 years in jail. He did not do the 5 years. They let him out early. And last night they flashed on the news this same psychopath moved to Hawaii and did the same exact thing to somebody in Hawaii. Now he's back in prison. So if that had been a black person that did that or a Latino person that did what he did, they probably would have put a couple of Swiss cheese holes in him. But he was on the loose doing it for months and months and months before they caught him. With all the law enforcement that's going on, what took y'all so long to catch this dude? It's like
Okay,
everybody
but
could do whatever they want to do except for us.
okay, so and again, I'm just doing interviews and bringing you the story. So you look at me differently about the question I'm asking. Hey, it is what it is. But
No,
so
you have a right to your
this case,
opinion.
this case. So do we are is anybody agreeing that this case is a racial case? All right. Starting with go ahead, D True.
I'm gonna say this right here. I know what case you're
Stay
talking
on the
about.
question, bro. We got to stay on topic. Answer the
I,
question.
well, I am gonna stay on topic, just like the show I did last night. Right? The cops continue to harass us and our people, right? But yet these school shooters, they go in here, they come out with handcuffs on, get taken to McDonald's. But in the video you was talking about, it don't show him pointing the gun at the cops. It's the cops on destruction. What they gonna do, right? Yeah, the guy had a
Mm-hmm.
gun. If it's not pointing at you, why you gonna shoot the man in the back? That's my question. And like Armando said earlier, these kids these days do not have didn't grow up like we did. I see where I work at. They going out to eat. No Sunday dinners. No eating at the dinner tables. And I'm like this right here. Cops got to be retrained, and we got to teach all the kids, all what skin tone you are, about laws and all that stuff. We got to teach them know the law.
Uh-oh.
The cops need to know the law. Some of them just got the uniform and just got it on. Now, I'm not saying all cops are like that, but Georgia's one we see is doing the same thing over and over again, and they get reprimanded. They resign, or they leave one department, go to another department. Then all of a sudden, they go look at their file. That cop don't did the same thing at another department, but yet they still got their officer license. It's a total cultural thing on both sides. It's a total cultural thing on both sides. Policy and
Okay,
laws.
so
Go ahead.
to question your statement. How many cops do you know and I'm just asking this question, how many cops do you know has killed a black dude, Hispanic dude, white dude, whoever has killed somebody and went to another department and it was not justified and went to another department and got another job? I know about the harassment part, how they harass black people, how they harass Hispanics, how they harass the majority, and they do certain things to majorities, and then they leave their job and go to another job after so many complaints and stuff, and they get a job on that one. I understand that. But how many times have you seen somebody murdered and went to another department and got a job? Give you a few seconds to answer that.
Oh, it gonna take a few seconds. I did a whole lot of stories on that. Because you can work at a big department, go do the small sheriff department, and go get another job. They don't care. They only look at records. So I did a whole lot of stories on these. And like I said, it's not the policies, it's not the law, it's the culture of the department. Like it's the culture of the young people. It's just this question I had on my mind. How do parents allow their underage son or daughter just to drop out of school and just sit around the house, not paying attention to them? And what usually sometimes happens when that happens? They go, some might do good, but some majority of them, they're gonna go out there and do something to get attention. And unfortunately for this young man, he was the wrong group of people.
Oh, wait. Okay. No.
Yeah.
Wait, no.
Wrong. Hold on. Let me finish.
Hey,
he was with the wrong group.
Hold on.
You said that, do you?
Hold on.
You don't like when I said that, do you?
No, it's not the way I don't like it. We're not going to put blame on somebody that's 18 years old who has the right to make can make decisions on his own. That was his decision to either be driving or getting into the car. Nobody forced him in the car. He made those decisions himself. So we're not going to do that on here.
I ain't put it on nobody. I said he was with the wrong group of people.
Okay, so moving right along, Armando.
Go ahead.
No, Armando, do you think this case is going to turn to a racial case?
You got some people that are trying to turn it into a racial case, but it's not. In my opinion, it's not. And if anyone thinking logically, they'll see it's a situation that my problem with the situation, my main problem with the situation is you went out and you ran over a cop that didn't have nothing to do with the situation.
Okay.
Innocent man. Okay, say people are looking at where he ran over a cop. No, an innocent man got ran over.
Yes, sir.
That didn't have nothing to do with the death of his son. So it shouldn't turn into a race issue, but the people in the media are trying to turn it into a race issue.
Mm-hmm.
You're right about that, Armando. People gonna turn it into a race issue, which I don't see it to be a race issue.
No, it ain't.
Cause
together.
Go ahead, together.
Together. What? Let's put you as the cop, and we're still on that night where the young man lost his life.
Okay.
And you're on the chase. And see, and I don't know, and I gotta look, and I gotta dig a little bit deeper. When Ryan was, what time of day this happened?
Right.
How would yourself, if you were in law enforcement, how would you yourself handle this situation?
Okay, I can speak because I'm calm, but in a high stress pursuit, I would probably find a way to stop him if I thought that he had a gun. I wouldn't necessarily aim for the back, but maybe I would aim for his leg to disable him, to make him fall, because if he falls, he'll drop the gun. But I will be careful the way that I, use my weapon. If he was not facing me, then there's no immediate danger for me. But I think that I would probably say, what's a good way to stop him and slow him down? But a lot of people, they're adrenaline pump, and they don't care, and they're careless and they're reckless. So I think they need to, honestly, I really think that there needs to be some simulations, not these bull crap ones, but I'm talking about some real life simulations with the like VR type of situation where it's on your head and your ears, and you're literally in that moment, and see how you will respond before you shoot. And that'll teach you, okay, I've done this enough to learn what I need to work on, because they'll tell you a breakdown. Look, this is what you did wrong. This is how you could have handled that. I know that every situation is different, but we don't want to shoot to take their life. We want to like shoot to disarm them and disable them. But that's neither here nor there, But I think that a lot of training needs to be done with this law enforcement. I believe they don't need to cut any funding, but I think that they need to increase the funding for these officers. Even though he did take the life of that young guy, we don't know him personally. We don't know if he's going with the shoulda, coulda, if it only was this way, if I could have done it that way, I wish it would have happened. We don't know what's in his mind. He may be going through mental torment on his own. But us on the outside, we're judging him for what he did. So it's really hard. Um, it's hard. It's hard to say, but I would probably try to think and not take his life.
You try to understand. So with the training I've done, I'm gonna tell you something. It's so hard to shoot somebody in the leg. You like what Marcus say on Bad Boys 2? I would have shot him in the leg. You know how hard it is to shoot somebody in the leg?
I
And when
don't.
you
That's
do
why I said.
and when you shoot in the leg, and we got and officers have other means of that. But again, I told you there's a law that states if there's somebody in the that has committed a felony, which is running away from a cop in a stolen vehicle, it will be considered as a felony. And they're running with the object in their hand, or if it's a running with a gun in their hand. Now that's the part that is very iffy because, like you said, there's movement involved. There's high stress involved. There's all this going on in the involvement. So it's like a damn if you do, damn if you don't come in. But what if that person?
Right.
And this is the question I have for you, D. Truth. And this is the question I'm going to lead to you. And then we're going to move on, and because we're talking about the young man and the cop. What if that young man did have a gun? Just hypothetically speaking, that young man did have a gun and fired at that officer. And let's just say it's a black officer this time.
Well, I would say this right here. If he had a gun, he fired at the officer, and the officer was black. The officer it would be justified as shooting. But I'm looking at this right here. Why he couldn't take it? I don't care what officer it is, what skin tone it is, what situation it is. Why they always have to draw their gun? Why can't they just draw their taser?
Do you know where a taser is placed on your body?
It's on the left hand side. Not that dumb
No,
hand. It's always placed on the opposite side.
It's opposite of your strong hand, your shooting hand.
That's what I said. Your
Do you know
dominant hand.
It's also your dominant hand. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's also your dominant hand. Okay. Do you know where that? Do you know how it's placed? And I'm not. And again, This is your opinion, and I agree with I understand what you're saying. I know where you're going with that. But I just want to know because again, I have that belt. And I know where it's placed for its comfortability. So when I sit in a car and when I reach for it, I know where it's at.
But Tony, these cops getting out of the squad cars, guns already drawn. When it
Yeah, and
comes to young black men, they are getting out. They ain't even thinking about going for the taser. They're grabbing the gun. But when it comes to the white kids, they'll do whatever, like the taser. Hell, sometimes they won't use nothing. I done seen cops pull over a car full of white kids, look like they like 18, 19 years old. And, you know, the kids yelling at them, screaming at them, spitting at them, cussing them out. And they ain't pulling no guns on them. Like I said, I understand where you come from, brother, but let's not act like that these cops treat everybody the same.
They don't.
Because they don't, bro. They don't. They
So
do not.
do you? So and again, I'm this reporting. So do you believe that four white boys got out the car and let's use both races. A white cop is chasing after him. You don't think and they say they have a gun. You don't think they're going to shoot and they're chasing them foot for two? You don't
nope.
think
I'm gonna tell you why. I done seen it with my own eyes in real life. Down in Rex, Georgia, I done seen a cop, Clayton County cop, run down on a group of white boys. Stop! I'll shoot, and they never shoot them. They eventually apprehended them, but they didn't fire them.
These white boys had guns.
Huh?
I'm just asking. These white boys
did they
had
what
guns.
now? Did they what now?
I said, and these white boys had guns.
I don't know what they had
allegedly.
I didn't know what they had on. But there have been some white folks that have gotten they had guns on them and they got apprehended safely. How many school shooters do you know that got gunned down? Very few. Majority of them got apprehended with no problem.
Majority of them killed themselves.
Or off themselves.
They off themselves before they got there.
Yeah, they unalived themselves.
And listen, how many African Americans does a school shooting? And I don't even know the race of the one who did it in Florida State. And I think he was
he was white, and he was son of a deputy.
The only time I've ever known a black person to do a mass shooting was that guy that nutted up and shot up them two reporters in Virginia because he was saying the people at the station were bullying him. That's one. And the DC snipers. Those are the only ones I can think about. Oh, and that fool in California.
Hey, don't forget
hold up, y'all. That fool up there in Cleveland that was going around on Facebook Live shooting people because his girlfriend broke up with him. Remember that?
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
Yeah, and they call him in the McDonald's. They call him in the McDonald's drive-thru.
And don't get the one in California too.
Yeah, that black guy out here in California. Boy, he had everybody shook because he was a former officer himself, and he turned vigilante. I don't really believe that they got him because he was in the military. He had survival skills. They taught him how to survive and how to do a lot of stuff. And they said he was very well skilled. So that's what made. I mean, it was a mess. It looked like we was on lockdown this whole state. Yeah, he was another one. But I was going to tell you, when you say the difference, like Armando was saying, the difference between black people being apprehended and white people. There is a lady, she stole a, was it like she stole a mobile home, and the mobile home had dogs in it, and she was crashing into everybody's car, and they
Mm-hmm.
was like trying to stop her, but at the end they didn't even pull their gun on her. They didn't do anything. Another guy stole
Wait,
a
wait,
big
wait, wait,
rig.
wait. Let's go back. They did pull their gun on her. I watched that
They didn't
video.
shoot her.
They
They didn't
surrounded
shoot her.
her. Once
They
she
didn't
gave
shoot
up,
her.
but she gave up.
They didn't shoot her.
She didn't run. She didn't have a gun.
She was harming people. She was hitting people with her vehicle.
But see, that's the thing.
Sniper, there's a lot of them. Eric Garner didn't run. Sandra Bland didn't run. Eric Garner didn't run. Sandra Bland didn't run. That boy down there in Louisiana didn't run. Michael Brown raised his hand. Trayvon Martin didn't try to run. So a lot of black folks didn't try to run. And they got gunned down, man. Come on, bro. Come on.
So
bro.
basically,
there
what I'm
is a
hearing
difference,
from,
though.
basically what I'm hearing is that it, and you said it at the beginning, Armando, or just a few minutes ago, that you don't believe it's going to turn a racist thing, but
it's not.
The way that we're speaking, but it's the way that we're speaking. There's potentially.
No, it's not a race. It's not. Hold up, brother. It's not a race situation. But what you're doing is you're mixing apples and oranges. All right. This situation right here, in my opinion, ain't got a damn thing to do with race. It's more about vigilante. The guy was on some vigilante type crap. It's like, okay, so it's like, let's just say if a white person and if their son or daughter gets gunned down by a black guy, and they nut up and say, well, I'm finna go out here and I'm finna start shooting every black man I see. That's vigilante crap. It ain't really racist. It's more vigilante.
No. Okay, so you're now talking about the father.
Yeah, he was on some vigilante type stuff. The point we're trying to make to you is like, don't make excuse. I'm not. Put it like this: the cops were in the wrong. I'm not usurping the fact that the cops were not in the wrong. They could have apprehended them without using excessive force. The only time you draw your gun and you fire if the perpetrators draw their weapon. That's what I thought. The cops don't supposed to pull the trigger unless they see guns drawn at them. Now, all my life, that's how I thought it was. Not when you kids running away from you with their back to you and you could just pull out guns and draw down on them and fire on them like you in a Western movie.
Right. Like Sonia Massey.
But
and listen.
That was ridiculous with Sonia Massey. That was ridiculous. That was freaking ridiculous. If that was a white woman, that would have never happened. That would have never happened.
Say that one more time, Armando.
If Sonia Massey was a white woman, it wouldn't have never went down like that. Never. Hot water, boiling hot water.
Yes.
You can't kill nobody with no boiling hot water, man. Come on.
Listen, I agree with you on that. We talked about this. I agree with that. That whoever that cop is need to be up under the jail on death row. To me, that's my opinion.
Yeah, that right there. That situation was about race. That was a racist cop that drew down on her. That was about race. This is not.
Can I say?
In my opinion, go ahead.
Is the cop that shot this young man, was that about race, or was that a vigilante? How do you say that word? Or
you're talking about
the actual cop who shot the young man, Ryan Hilton. Is that going to be turned into a racial thing?
They try to turn it into a race thing, but this is my question to everybody up on the panel, right? His backup was there, and the backup said he going between two trash cans. Okay, why couldn't both of them keep chasing him till some more help came? That's my question. And then in the video, you can't really see if he actually turned to face the cop when they freeze it or putting the gun at him. That is going to be the question. They're going to be the key thing in in that review because you really can't, you cannot really see if the I'm gonna call that kid, did he have a gun or not? Although we know he had a gun, but hey, we don't know did he drop it or not because in that body cam video and the dash cam video is so distorted you can't tell. But why?
Okay, so
they went
wait,
on back up for everything else. So
D Truth, and this is for clarity. You said you watched the video. Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so when you said you watched the video, you said that you just said, and this is for clarity for myself, because I have not seen the video. Did this young man have a gun?
He had a gun, and he failed. He ran through two trash cans, two dumpsters, and he was running. And when they freeze the video, yeah, it looked like the guy had stopped, but you can't tell because they froze the video, and you cannot tell if the guy still had the gun or not. The cop said he still had the gun. The cop said he still had a gun, but you can't tell. So it's the dad kid and a dad kid word against the cop's word.
Okay.
So the kid ain't here to say if he did or he didn't.
So to Armando and together. Now that we know he had a gun, do your feelings change about the situation that happened? Starting with you together.
No, I still feel like they should have taken more precaution. Okay, let's say he had a gun, right? Say you're chasing me and you know that I had a gun, but I said, let me ditch this gun and I throw it somewhere and I'm still running. And because I threw the gun and you assume I still have it, you shoot me.
Okay, but let me stop you there. You're running, high chase, and Mondo, don't do that to me. I know, I feel it already. But just let me get the question out. Let me get the question out, big bro.
You know he ready.
Yeah, he ready. So you see the young man with a gun. He falls into between two trash cans. Your adrenaline is still going, and nobody can control their mind and adrenaline at the same time. There's no way possible. What do you think that cop is thinking at that particular time? Or do you think that the cop has enough time to say, "Oh, he threw the gun"?
No, I'm just saying.
Or if he didn't. Second thing I have for you. Why is an 18-year-old carrying a gun?
Why does a 16-year-old carry a gun?
Why does anybody under the age that doesn't have a license to carry a gun have a gun?
Because they can buy it off the streets.
Who does the question go to? Her?
No, I was going to this.
Okay, I'm gonna let her go ahead and then I'm gonna.
I know you are, bro.
I wanted to say something really quick. When you were talking about cops doing bad things and they don't normally get transferred, the dude the cop that shot Sonia Massey, he actually was reprimanded for doing I think they said bodily harm to someone else prior to coming to that station, and they've given him a number of warnings about his about his behavior and the conduct, and he didn't listen. So the end result is Sonia Massey ended up, losing her life to someone that should have been taken off the force totally. You know what I'm saying? And plus, his girlfriend and Sonia Massey had some words because Sonia Massey went to the psych hospital or something that his girlfriend worked at. So I guess she told him about some. Yeah, so she told him about her about Sonia Massey. So he had this vendetta already against her, which you should not have crossed that path. Whatever happened between your girlfriend and that woman, you should have left that alone. That was a patient. And so you basically, you know, took your anger out because of your woman, and you took the life of an innocent person because you already, once you identified who she was, you already had ought against her.
So, but you know what? No disrespect to you, together, but this is a totally two different situations.
No, I understand that. That's why I said I wanted to say something else.
Well, on when we get done with this one, we can talk more about the Massey situation.
Okay, but yeah, I don't know. I've never been a cop. Um, and I really, literally, honestly, from the bottom of my heart, I cannot say what I would do, but I would think that hopefully I would, use better judgment, because it's all too often that these cops holler gun, 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 and it's not really a gun, and they just shoot so that they can justify their behavior. So what we need is the entire video, not a cutoff point, so that we can see exactly what happened. Then we'll have our answers instead of us speculating and saying this and this and that and that. But are rubber bullets just as effective, or what do they do?
Rubber bullets do hurt, but again, if I have a jacket on, like in the wintertime and a jacket on, it's not gonna hurt as much. Just it's the same thing as some people. You pull your taser and you shoot somebody with a taser, then sometimes that taser don't have no effect on them, and that's not giving nobody justification to use the ultimate taking someone's life. But again, the answer to your question is sometimes you do. It's a 50-50 chance it works. Now, the second thing about rubber bullets is that they're not accurate. At their certain amount of feet, the velocity goes down.
Okay.
Go ahead, Armando. I know you've been waiting, Bubba, and don't head off.
Okay, you got to repeat that question, man, because it's been so long, man. I forgot the question, man. Repeat that question. There were two questions, man. Go ahead.
The question. Oh, Jesus, I forgot the question. What did I ask you together? I should have wrote this down.
I forgot.
Okay, I think I remember. I think I remember one of the questions. I think I remember
why 1860-year-olds why they should have gone without no license.
And the other question. Okay, that was the second part of the question. The first part of the question is, now that we know that the young man had a gun, does that change my opinion about the situation?
Your opinion of the situation?
No, it doesn't, because I feel like a cop should not fire. I'm not going to say draw down. They can draw down, but they should not fire their weapon unless the other person that has a weapon is pointing at them. If a person take their gun out and they are in the motion of drawing down or pointing at the cop, then hell yeah, the cop has every right to gun them down. Yes, sir. But if somebody running away from you, if that boy was running, you say he was running in between two dumpsters, he was running away. No reason to shoot him. No reason to gun him down.
But according to D Truth, and we just keep on with his eyes saw. He said that you can't tell if he turned back or not.
He said they froze the video, trying to make it seem like he turned around.
Or could it be that they were trying to figure out if he turned around?
Yeah, but I'm like this
If
right
he
here.
turned
Hold on, this is
around
not your
or
turn
not,
yet.
hold on, y'all. If he turned around or not, nothing, no firearm should have been fired by the cops unless the kid was in the process of aiming the gun at them. You don't shoot nobody down just for turning around. Hell, he could have been turned around to surrender. So if cops get to the point where they shooting folks in the back that are trying to run away, like they did the boy in Baltimore. Remember the boy in Baltimore? He ran away from the cops, and the cops gunned him down. And up there in North Charleston, South Carolina, black dude.
Hey, I'm not familiar with that. The one in Baltimore. So I'm just going to again just.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. It is unjustified to shoot somebody that's running away from you. That's just like Sniper. If me and you out, okay, so if me and you get into it, me and you out somewhere, we get into it. You don't have your gun on you. I got mine on you. I pull mine out. You start running away from me. When someone is running away from you, they're not posing a threat to you. They're trying to get away from you. So if you are running away from me, we both citizens. We both regular citizens. If you are running away from me and I shoot you in the back and I unalive you, I'm getting first degree. That's automatic first degree charge. Automatic through the door. First degree.
So me going to the.
So why is it different for cops? Hello?
Are you talking to me?
I'm just saying. Why is it different for them?
Why
do they get an excuse? Why do they get an excuse for shooting somebody from behind and a regular citizen? If I'm me and you, and we get into an altercation and you see me with a gun, you running away from me trying to save your life, and I aim at you and I hit you and I gun you down and I take your life, I'm getting first degree. I'm getting a first degree charge.
But Amanda, what I want you to do is I want you to stay within the Rams. We're doing. You're not. We're doing. If a citizen shoots another citizen, a citizen don't have his gun on him, that's totally different than this situation where a cop or where the subject does have a gun.
But he's running away. He's running away.
Let's go through this. Let's go through this.
Go ahead, man.
A high-speed chase, could that not be considered as bodily harm or injury to another person?
If the cops are chasing somebody, the person is trying to get away from you. If somebody is running from you and trying to get away from you, they don't pose a threat. Now I can understand. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Ain't nothing in the report about the boy turning around, aiming his gun at the cop, trying to fire on. Ain't nothing in the damn report. And if it's something in the report, show me, then I'll regress. But it ain't nothing in no report. It ain't nothing. I haven't seen anything. I did a little research on it. Ain't nothing in no report saying that this kid turned around and aimed his gun at the damn cops. That is all my life, the 53 years I've been on earth. I thought the only time a cop is supposed to fire their damn weapon if the suspect tries to pull a gun out and aim it at them.
In the New York Post that was posted May 3rd.
My birthday.
Yeah. And I was the first one to say happy birthday. I just want to throw that out there.
Thank you, bro.
Happy belated birthday, bro.
Thank you, man.
Mine is on the 23rd.
We know we
We're gonna
waiting
do a
until
little
that day so
celebration
we
that
can
day.
do the same thing to you. All right, but on the New York Post, it did, and a couple other reports said that he did have a gun, allegedly turned and aimed it at the cop as he was running away.
Allegedly
And
does
it's
not
hard
mean
to
he
get.
did.
I got to see that allegedly don't sit right with me. I got to see something where like
Well, you know they're gonna say
like the
allegedly all the
girl in
time.
Kansas City. That girl in Kansas City that was faking a pregnancy. Indeed, you know what I'm talking about. Because I did a story about that on one of my morning shows. The first day we got it wrong because we thought that we didn't know that the girl had drew on the cop. That we came back that following morning and we apologized to everybody and we got the story right. Come to find out the girl drew on the cop. If that young man drew on that cop, then the cop is definitely justified. I'm going on record saying that tonight. So if you do a further research and you got to come back and do a part 2 on this, hey, I get up in and be like, hey, look, it was justified. Should nobody, if you pull your weapon out and you draw down on the cop, you are asking for it. You asking for it. They got to do at that point in time, and I'm quite sure everybody up here can agree. At that point in time, the cop got to do what he or she has to do at that point. Because it's either you or them.
Exactly.
And I just want to say one thing. Okay, while Tony doing a little research, I just want to say one thing for anybody that's ghost watching. I'm not anti-cop. I support our law enforcement. I support our military. I support all of that. Okay. I feel like, me and D Truth, we've had conversations about this on the back end. Cops, firemen. I have to say cops number 1, firemen number 2. Have the most dangerous jobs in the world. I mean, as far as like local, they have the most, they're right up there with the military. They have the most dangerous jobs because one thing about it, when you are a cop and you leave out that door that morning and you hug your wife and you kiss your baby, there's a 50-50 chance that could be your last time hugging your wife and kissing your baby goodbye.
So
they face all kinds of danger every time they put that damn uniform on and step outside their homes. They face all kinds of danger. So I'm not poo-pooing on any law enforcement.
Yeah, that happened.
So this
out
is what
here,
was said. Go. I'm sorry. Together. Go ahead.
that happened out here. This guy, he had a brand new baby. He was a cop, and he kissed his wife and his kids, and he said, "I'll see you later." And some kid had stolen a car, had a high-speed chase, hit his vehicle, and killed him on the spot. And that was the last day that she got to say "I love you," and he got to see his baby, and the baby got to see his dad. That was the most saddest thing in the world.
That is sad, and rest that soul of that cop and all the cops who lose their lives during their tour of duty. Now,
It's been like that a lot out here, like California, because of the governor and their beliefs. I just want to share something real quick. I know that it's going to go crazy, and y'all keep saying, "Why can't you move?" Well, I'm not moving away from my mother. My mother is out here, and she's not trying to move. So I'm planted here until she goes home to see the Lord. But they had passed a new bill, And Sniper, you would not believe it if I told you. If someone broke in my house right now while I'm here and they were here to try to grape me or take my life, listen to me carefully. I cannot fight back, meaning take my gun and defend myself. I have to flee my house. They
And he
passed
moved
a
in
new law.
California
They passed that law.
because
I cannot
you
believe
come.
it.
Hey, listen, hey, and I think this goes for myself and Armando and D Truth. Come to this house if you want to.
And I say the same thing. And everybody said, then I guess what? Your jails are gonna be full because somebody come up in my house, you're gonna change that law real fast. Cause ain't no way I'm gonna leave my house and let you continue to rob me and call the police as long as they take. It ain't gonna happen. So they did the wrong thing because people said it to them. They said, let them come in my house. The police department
Mhm.
gonna be busy because I'm gonna lay them down.
So this is what I found on Lex 18, which I think is a Cincinnati news report, and it states Hilton Hilton's son, 18-year-old Ryan Hilton, was shot twice and killed by a police officer on Thursday during a chase after officers responded to a call about a stolen car. Officer said the officer who fired told investigators that the suspect pointed a gun at him during the chase, said Cincinnati police chief during the news conference Friday. Police showed photos of the semi-automatic handgun that they said was carried and another one that he was carrying and another gun that was found in the car. Body camera video of the shooting released by the police Friday showed one officer could be heard saying, "He's got a gun, he's got a gun," and several shots were fired as Ryan was running behind in a apartment complex. I want y'all to remember that part right there because, again, I'm going to ask you a question about it. The video, like D True said, the video does not clearly show Hilton pointing a gun. The police chief said that the images was blurred because both Hilton and the officer were running and the camera was jostling. The officers told investigators that Hilton had the firearm in front of him and he was in a like blade position. And he felt threatened for his life. So, with that said, and what my understanding of that is, one, it's been confirmed because they took pictures of it, and
Can
they
I ask a
have.
question? Can I ask a question? In the body cam, did they see him pointing a gun at the cops?
No,
In the body cam,
they
can you
said it was
see?
blurred.
Huh?
They said it was blurred, and because both was moving, it was jostling around, meaning bouncing up and down.
When you mean blurred, do
So
you mean? Are you saying that it was redacted? The you know how some counties and some states they redact the body cam, especially if there is weapons involved.
yes, yes, and that's the question I asked. One
That
is,
confirms it was
is this
justified.
as, huh?
That confirms it. You just confirmed it.
Yeah,
It's
but
justified.
what?
I have no pushback on that. It's justified.
But here, the question I was going to ask y'all, and I'm gonna ask D Truth this: is there that this young man had a gun? I don't think
Mm-hmm.
he should have lost his life, whatever have you. But when they're running behind an apartment building and you hit a right turn to go between apartment buildings or trash cans or anything, and you as a cop is a few feet behind, what do you think is going to happen? What do you think is going through your mind once you go through that? You turn that corner. That brother can be sitting right there waiting for you. Do you agree?
I can take that quote. I think he had to do something.
Oh, he had to go. Okay.
Yeah, I can take that question, brother. First of all, just a little pushback on what you said. You said that you don't agree with the kid being gunned down. Like I said, not only was it justified, like I said earlier, when these cops have families, they have kids too. Okay. When they're out there in the line of duty, they gotta not only protect and serve the public, but they also gotta protect themselves. So I can't knock a cop for doing what they gotta do. And then when you shoot a suspect, and if they are deemed dangerous, now shoplifting and crap like that, that's different. You know what I'm saying? Or a regular high speed chase, that's different. But this, what we're talking about tonight, like you said, and I'm picturing it, nighttime, running behind buildings, in an apartment complex, running in between dumpsters, and then all of a sudden the suspect turn around and aim his gun. Oh, I'm doing what I got to do. I'm doing what I got. I'm quite sure Together would agree as well. I'm doing what I got to do. I got to lay you down. I got to lay you down. So you just confirmed it, man. You get no pushback from me the rest of the night, man.
Together, you before we move on to the next point, you got anything else you want to say about what Armando said?
Sports.
I mean, even though I still say if the camera is blurry, it still leaves doubt for me, because you can make it say or feel like anything you want it to be. But let's say they find another angle somewhere else and that wasn't factual, then what?
No, what he said Together is, okay, you know how when I do my bit reveals, and sometimes when I put up documents, and sometimes I put up cam footages, like some of the cam footages, the cam reactions that I was doing early in the mornings, some of those, the police cams, they're blurred out because there's a weapon present. And the reason why they're making these police cam footages available to the public is because of social media. You have a lot of content creators like me, D-Truth, that'll play these these police cam footages on our platforms. And the policy with Facebook, YouTube, and I think it's a couple of other platforms. Rumble don't give a damn. But especially YouTube, they don't want you showing weapons, guns, knives, and stuff like that. So they were blurred that. They're starting to blur, not all states together, but most of the states. If there's a gun or knife or anything like that, they're blurring that out. Even blood, they're starting to blur out blood. Like if a victim is bloody, they're blurring that out as well. Yeah.
Okay.
So
did you return? Oh, he didn't come back yet.
Yeah.
So let's move on to Mr. What'd you say?
Sports.
We gonna get there, bro. We gonna get
okay,
there. Man. Let's get on to the father. Let's get on to the father. Now, reports show it said that this he I don't know if it was what day it was, but he went to the police station and watched the body footage. So he got the whole thing on point. He left the police station in all cases. In any case, when it comes to the unaliving and the death of your child, you're going to be mental. You're going to be. I don't care what your child did or what anything of that. That's your child. So he went out and he sought out a police officer that allegedly
Any cop. He just sought out any cop.
Yeah, any cop, and
Mhm.
a cop that he believed that unalived his son. That is what they're arguing.
But he got the wrong one.
Allegedly the wrong one, because I don't think they have said he got the wrong one yet. And that's the crazy part. But you went out and sought out a officer who you think killed your son.
Okay,
You went into. I just wanted to set the stage real quick.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
You went into. You saw this police officer doing a regular traffic stop.
Mm-hmm.
You went into oncoming traffic, and hit this young man, and with your vehicle. And I don't know if he kept going, he stopped. I don't. I reached, but you came into You literally, intentionally went across the street to hit this cop,
like he was roadkill. That's like I said, vigilante. I don't agree with that. Vigilante crap. I'm a firm believer in karma. You one or two things is going to get you: karma or justice. Okay, I have more faith in karma than I do justice. If you do wrong by me, you do wrong by one of my family members or anything like that. If justice don't get you, karma will. One of the two is going to get you. That's capital. That's capital murder, man.
He's actually being charged with aggravated murder.
Yeah, I'm surprised that's all they're giving him. I'm surprised that's all they're giving him. I'm surprised they ain't hitting him with capital murder, because it's a law enforcement agent, and you just sought out. To me, you just got caught up in the moment. You lost it, and you ran over a cop. There's nothing right about that. Nothing. It's intent. Intent is there, because you saw it. You saw the cop getting out, getting ready to write a ticket, and you put your foot to the gas and you ran over him. So you got that's premeditated, intent, premeditated. I mean, you gone for life. Probably getting the gas chamber.
So this question is for you together, and because I know how you think on certain things. The defense is arguing that he is mentally unstable and trying to get him off. There is public opinion that he should not be tried and he should not go to jail for what he's done because of what happened to his son. Tell me how you feel about that.
Okay. I worked in mental illness. I mean, like the Department of Mental Health. So you can call it temporary mental insanity, because he lost his son, but still at the same time, even with the crimes that people with mental illnesses commit, there are like holding places for them. I think that um, he should serve his time because he took a life, an innocent life, even though he might have had that moment of mental unstableness. It doesn't justify your actions. Not only did you go out and do something, but you took the life of the wrong person. So he has to be held accountable. And I don't think that it would be fair to use mental illness as a means of getting someone off, because then the people that really do have mental illnesses that do, things that they're not supposed to do will take that as a door to say, well, I could just claim my mental illness and get away with it. So I don't think that he should be able to walk free because he did take someone's life.
Hmm. Should you think that the prosecute not the prosecute the defense team should even bring that to the table?
If I was working with the defense team, I would stress the point. I understand that you want this man to be free. I understand that you want to win. Basically, that's what it is. You want to win. You don't really care about what's going on. You want to win because once you win, you get elevated. I would tell them, look, I understand your position, but he did take an innocent life. Someone else's family lost their life. Not only that, the way he did it, he could have harmed other people. So that should not be something that you know um, we include in this. He was reckless. I don't care how angry you get. You need to do your research and get the right person. If you're going to get the person that did it, get the person that did it. So now these people have to bury their loved one for something that he had nothing to do with.
Hey, what's going on, Phoenix Rising? Would
Salute
love
to you,
to.
Phoenix Rising.
Hey, Phoenix. So that's
Okay,
how
so
that's what I feel. That's how I feel.
is it my turn?
Yeah, can you see the D Truth? Are you back yet? Go
Yeah,
ahead,
I'm back.
Mondo.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm back.
Yeah, he
Oh,
back. He
you
back.
back?
Go ahead.
All right. Hey, hold on real quick, D Truth, because Armando he was there. Go ahead, Armando. Tell me what you got on your mind.
Uh, it's like this, man. Um, that temporary insanity, that insanity thing. Um, it's unfortunately it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. If it was a regular citizen, then I would say yes, it would work. But I've never seen it work when someone murders a cop. It's not when you when you put down a law enforcement agent, that's not gonna work. That is not gonna work. Um, would I advise the defense to try to use it? Yes, because right about now you have nothing. You have everything to gain and nothing to lose. It's no harm in trying, but I doubt if it worked because it was a law enforcement agent. It was a cop. And add on top of that, the brother's a black. He's an African American man. He's a black man. I don't think a white person could get off for unaliving a cop, and that matter. I don't think a white person could beat that. Could even use the temporary insanity card, the mental illness card. I think he's gone. The gas chamber.
What is the death penalty? In does Cincinnati even have a death? Ohio have the death
Man,
penalty?
yeah, Ohio, hell yeah. Yeah, but Ohio, yeah, man. Ohio, kind of like Georgia.
Mm. D Truth. We have moved on to the father. I don't know if you heard. I set the table, painted a picture about it. But what do you think? And you as a if you as an uncle, if I remember correctly, because you got a niece that you hold dear to you. Um, if this situation occurred in your family to your niece, would you have reacted the same way? I thought he said he was back. Unmute your mic, D-True. Armando, you answer that question.
Okay, ask the question again, bro.
The question is, if this happened to be in your family with your son,
Mm-hmm.
and we all know the good people that support you and stuff, like we know how you feel
Mm-hmm.
about your son.
Mm-hmm.
Could you see yourself reacting the same way as Mr. Hilton Jr.?
Nope. Whether the shooting was justified or not justified, I couldn't have acted in this way. Okay. If it was unjustified, first of all, I would have let justice take its course. And, if justice didn't prevail, karma was going to prevail. That's just how I am, me personally. I feel like if justice can't make you pay, karma will make you pay. If it was justified, definitely I would have to accept it for what it is. Had a situation like that 12 years ago. Dear family member of mine, one of my nephews, he was like a son to me, and he was at the wrong place at the wrong time, doing something he had no business doing. The cops drew on him, and he didn't comply. He had a tire iron in his hand, and he was coming toward the cops, and the cop did what he had to do. So me and the rest of the family, we didn't make no noise about it because we know, as law-abiding citizens, the cop was justified. If you're totally honest, the cop is justified with using deadly force, and then he or she did what they had to do. So why would you go out there trying to harm innocent human being? And that's exactly what that person, even though it's a cop, and this is why a lot of people making noise about it. Take the uniform away and put that person in some regular clothes, and a lot of people would be in the uproar about it. Oh, this man just ran down an innocent person. Say if the man was outside his car changing his tire and got ran over, purposely ran over. That's a vile act. I don't co-sign to that at all. So if that was one of mine, I would never take an innocent life. Never. I wouldn't, whether it was justified or not, I would not go out there taking a life like that. I would, if it was unjustified, if it was a situation like Sonia Massey or Eric Garner or something like that, or Tamar Rice, I would let justice take its course, or let karma handle it. You're gonna be dealt with one way or the other, through justice or through karma. But definitely, if the cop was justified in shooting and protecting his or herself, hell no, I'm not gonna no.
Y'all, if y'all are just joining us, we're talking about the Ryan Hilton Jr. case that's coming up. He as of today, he was not given a bond, and we're just looking at the different viewpoints of the whole situation. I have, the Honorable Mr. Armando Black, the Honorable Mr. D. Truth, and the Queen herself. Together we break chains. And we're just going through. We talked about the suspect, which is Mr. Hilton's son, which I'm not going to. I don't think we're able to say his name. I don't think his name was mentioned in the reports yet. And then we're talking about the cop that's during the shooting and allegedly was killed by Mr. Hilton Jr. With him running over him in his vehicle, as the cop was doing a regular traffic stop. It has yet to be confirmed if it was the actual cop who was shot, who shot Mr. Hilton's son. It has not been confirmed yet. If anybody that's in the chat have any information on it, please put that in the comments.
That wasn't the extra cop that stopped him. It wasn't.
Do you have have receipts on that, sir?
Yes,
and so I can look at it. So
I gotta go back and find it, but that wasn't the extra cop because there was a whole lot of cops chasing him, and where they found him at. The other cops that were chasing him was out on the streets, and he so had to put in that parking lot in that whatever school, whatever it was. So that wasn't the same cop.
And I would do some more research about that and get it, and we could do a day 2 on this once some things come down. Hey, what's going on, Cutting Edge? Yes, Phoenix Rising. Thank you for saying that. I was going to mention that after I asked this question, but since you already put it on here, this cop that was killed just retired a couple of days ago. Before he was when his life was taken from him, he just retired. And he, as Phoenix Riders put in there, he was volunteer as a crossing guard. That's crazy. You just retired. You spent 20 some odd years on the force, and you're a retired cop. And now it's time for you just to enjoy life. Don't have to work, and you doing some volunteer work, and your life is taken from you. And everybody's like, well, I thought he was doing a traffic stop. He was doing a traffic stop. Some cops can come back and do volunteer work.
But he was a crossing guard.
He was a crossing guard, but he was a crossing guard as volunteer. But at this particular time, what's going on, Kenyon? At this particular time, he was actually doing volunteer work for the police department. You know, some people can't let it go. And he was doing a traffic stop, which he's capable of doing as a retired cop. And his life was taken from him. My question.
Ooh, boy, that adds a whole nother element to the story right there, man.
Yeah, it sure does.
The father is totally in the wrong in this one, man. For real. He deserves what he gets. He deserves what he gets. I mean,
explain what you mean before I go to my next question. Explain what you mean, and you mentioned, I think you mentioned it before, but explain what you mean why he was totally in the wrong.
Woo, let's go down the list.
Situation after hear what you deserve.
Okay, let's go down the list. I mean, number one, the cop shooting his son was justified. You confirmed it. The police cam shows that his son had a weapon and was pointed at the officer. When you do that, then the officer has every right to do what they got to do. They have every right to do what they got to do. And then to just run somebody down like that with a vehicle, that's some vile, excuse my French, man, that's some vile shit right there, man. To just run somebody down with your vehicle. My heart goes out to him about his son, man. But, you know, hey, his son in that situation, man, his son was in the wrong. His son, you know, not only did he not comply and not surrender, you know, the other 3 guys could have ran. He could have just stayed, put his hands up, been like, hey, I surrender. But not only did he choose not to surrender, but he pulled out a weapon and aimed it at the cops. So the cops were justified for doing what they had to do.
Phoenix Rising. What I read earlier was that it was a foot chase. The officer allegedly said that he saw the gun. The young man turned around and aimed it at him. As they were running through an apartment complex, and the officer, again, like Amanda said, did what he had to do. Because I'm gonna tell you something real quick. In the military, there is if we feel threatened, we take out the. And I know this is not a military, but you got to think with these young kids these days on these streets doing what they got to do. Sometimes you feel as though that you're in the military. Cops have that mindset. Now, do I condone the bad cops who just want to get their this to be say that they fired a gun at a certain race? No, I don't. Not one bit. But at the end of the day, and I think Armando said this, and I think D-Truth and Together said this. At the end of the day, you point a gun at somebody, you're going to go hurt. You have to go home. You got to get home to your family. Your job is to protect and serve, and to protect and serve the community. First of all, with a police chase in a vehicle, you're putting other people at risk of losing their life.
I agree.
You
on the
have
highway,
a gun,
yes, sir.
You got it. What'd you say, sir?
On the highway, yes, sir. I definitely agree. You can cause a 10-car pileup.
Yeah, but think about it like this too. And I know this scenario was late at night, Armando. I know that it was somewhat at night. I have to find out what time it was when this scenario happened. But sometimes people are still have their kids out there, and you're going through streets and stuff like. Because if you think that is an apartment complex, how they got to an apartment complex on these narrow streets, these kids run out in the middle of the road because things happen so fast. Teenagers
could be out walking around,
Yeah. Or people just moseying around, going for a run.
Mm-hmm.
Things happen so quick.
Or walking their dog.
Or walking their dog.
Yeah.
And like you said earlier, if it's on a highway, that calls it a multi-car pileup.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't put multiple people in danger by running away from the cops. And it has been confirmed. Mr. Ryan's son was the driver.
You know what I think, Sniper? I don't know how advanced the Department of Transportation is at this point in time, currently in 2025, but they need something. They need to do something about all these high-speed chases. Maybe put some spikes, hidden spikes in the highways, or program like if there's a high-speed chase in the area where the like if the cops can just send a signal to the station and then Department of Transportation, and then they go ahead and trigger the spikes. I think that'll cut down a lot of the high-speed chase situation.
But the only pushback I have with that one, Armando, and I like where you're going there, but I only pushback out behind there. If you do those spikes like that and you don't have control of the highway how they usually do, or on the street how they stop cars all the way around so they can throw out the spikes when they're doing a police chase. then the city is going to have to pay for more damage for other
Well,
vehicles that's involved.
you rather that than lives being lost
That
But
is
or
facts too.
car pileups. That's all I'm saying. You know.
but the problem with that is, I got two things to say about that. The car chase, city police department got rules on car chases. Got rules on car chase, and there's certain incident you do not chase a car, especially if people's lives are in danger. They tell the police officer to back off. They forced to back off, and then second, you try to put spikes in the road and have signals sitting there. If you know they can hack a DOT sign saying slow road work in progress, what do you think some of these hackers going to do? You see what I'm saying? Hey, it's a great idea, but that's the problem we have in this day and age. Because somebody gonna be despiteful, and they might hack that and say, and a car might wreck and something happen. Guess what? Then there's gonna be an investigation why this happened. It's just like the facial recognition stuff. You see what I'm saying? That's why they started. That's why people try to fight to keep that out of court. Because facial recognition don't work.
Or if you don't want to use spikes, here's another idea, Sniper. They could build like those retractable gates, and you can make them like 8 feet, where they can stretch across the highway.
Mm-hmm.
From one end, across the highway, from one side to the other side. If you don't want to use the spikes.
I hear you.
Say like if it's a high-speed chase going on, if the high-speed chase starts on the ramp of Pleasant Hill, okay? Down by Pleasantdale, set up the gate. Lock down 85 from Pleasant Hill to Pleasantdale. Some people may be late for work or late getting home, but hell, lives will be saved. You won't have any lives being lost. You won't have a whole bunch of ruckus going on. Well, you got a fool driving reckless trying to get away from the police.
So there's nowhere, Miss Phoenix Rising, and I'm not disputing you. You're saying that why would 4 dudes with a semi-automatic be sleeping in the car? There was a chase before then. You got unless you can text me this information that you have, the information I show that they went to that spot.
Or drop the link for her. Drop the link for her. Like I said, I ain't hardly been doing any research about it. D-True did a live about it, and I caught the tail end of it. You doing a live about it tonight. I haven't really did a deep dive into the case, so she may know more than me.
I got you.
Yeah, she's from up there in that area.
Yeah, and I'm like this right here.
Mm-hmm.
What the father did, yeah. But how many times we seen a defense attorney use a mental health as a defense strategy, which is a smart move, right? It might have been something wrong with him at that time, but he knew right from wrong. I'm going to tell you, he knew right from wrong. It was just that emotion that took over. You see what I'm saying with the father. But we got this, and this is another thing. I want police departments. I ain't just talking about in this city where this happened. I talk about all the cities. We got better cam footage. We got dash cam footage. If people gonna make up their own judgment, especially from if somebody recording, right? And they get that partial. Okay, if that did happen, release the body cam footage so you cover your butt. You see what I'm saying? Because I'm saying what state that is. What state that is? I forgot what state it is. I think Carolina. Guess what? The police department do not know how to release a body cam video. They can spend their own narrative on a story.
Yeah, yeah,
You
that's
see what I'm
that's
saying?
one of the few states. But see, the thing is, though, D-True, a lot of states are releasing the body cam, but because it's public records, and they know 9 times out of 10 that you got people that, social media. Now that social media, the new thing is you got a lot of content creators doing cam reactions. They are going to redact out weapons like guns, knives, assault rifles. They're going to redact out blood. Like if the victim is bleeding on the ground, bleeding, they're going to redact that out as well. So the only people that's going to see the unedited version are the people at the station or the family of the victim. We will never get a chance to see the unedited version in situations like this moving forward.
Yeah,
and wait, hold on real quick, D-Truth. Hold on real quick. I want to respond to this comment right here. Phoenix Rises in the partner's body cam.
Far away, it looks like a taser can look like a gun. At night,
yes, and
you can't tell the difference,
Armando,
man.
Okay, Armando, let me ask you a question. Would that can somebody can I get in trouble for showing a taser?
I don't know, man. Me personally, I wouldn't pull out no taser on live.
Well, no, because I wanted to debunk this. I understand that thumbnail lady, she did a live for it. I wish I was able to see it and I was able to talk about it. But just like Armando said, that the taser looks just like a gun. The only difference is, and only the big difference is, and a lot of these tasers are yellow.
Yeah.
A lot of these tasers, but in the dark, it looks just like a gun. She says in the partner's body cam, you can see he's holding a taser and not a gun. I'm gonna go ahead and tell you this, that there's already pictures taken and evidence shown that both had it. And I know you just about to say that. There's a gun. Second thing is, when you have a partner, and this is how it's supposed to be, all right? When you have a partner, one goes lethal, one goes non-lethal. Okay? But when there is a threat involved, and this young man has a gun, and he turns around, they're going to use all use necessary.
Yeah, and they're not going to take time to decipher if it's a taser or if it's a firearm or if it's a pellet gun or a BB gun or anything. If they see you drawing on them and it's nighttime and it's already been a chase and they running in between apartment buildings, I mean, they gonna do what they gotta do.
They're gonna do it.
Yeah.
Because again, me starting off and was armed security by the state. Having some legislation to do things that officers could do. The only thing I could not do, I can detain but not arrest. But at the end of the day, man, if I had a partner with me and we're doing something and something pops off, one went lethal, one went non-lethal. And it's real quick of who is doing what. So yeah, I can see that the cop had a taser. But now you got to think about one thing with the taser is that the taser can only go so far. 25, 35 feet, if that, with accuracy. So again, anything in life, and you've heard this saying, I'm not bringing a knife to a gunfight. Sometimes those tasers are not effective.
I don't know. I don't even know why they had. I can understand security guards using them, regular citizens using them, bounty hunters and private investigators using them, but cops, I think they should they should have. Yeah, of course you're gonna have the firearm with the real bullets, and I think you should have another firearm with the rubber bullets.
So, and the reason why the taser came out is just like that situation that you were telling about with your family member coming in out with a crowbar.
Mm-hmm.
So if somebody came out with me with a crowbar, and there's distance in between us, and he's closing that distance, I'm using my taser instead of my gun. He's a threat, but he's not an immediate threat. Meaning, yes, you could probably hit me if you get close enough. You hit me with that crowbar, but I can stop you, for instance, with a taser to apprehend you. Now, no life is lost.
But if I throw that crowbar at you, and I got good aim, I can hurt you.
You'll hurt me, but guess what? Now you're not you don't have a weapon in your hand, so now you're not a threat.
Yeah.
And so now we're going taser, we're going mace, and then we're doing some hand-to-hand combat. And you're going on the ground, and you're getting handcuffed. By that time, if I use my taser, and you can use your taser first or your mace first. No, taser first, mace second, and then now we're doing hand-to-hand combat. You are, when you have a gun, that's a projectile that can reach to you really, really fast.
Mm.
I mean, and I hope I'm making sense when it comes to that. But in a situation like what you said with your family member, me personally, and I think other cops that was other law enforcement that would have been around, we would have tased him before he got to the point of shooting him. Because again, like you said, if he had threw it at me, even if he hit me, I got a body vest on. I'm gonna be stunned for a little bit. If I got a partner with me, that partner's going to tase him. But if you're at a distance and before you can think about throwing that crowbar, guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna tase you first.
Mm.
So and it's like it's just like and it's just like in the military, and they teach that same tactic in law enforcement, and they should be going by and by. Is that I'm not going to pull out in the Marine Corps. I was a heavy machine gun, right? 50 cal machine gun. We know what a 50 cal machine gun could do to a human body. I can miss you by 3 yards and still tear off your arm, because the velocity of it is just crazy, right? So if I have a machine gun, I'm not going to shoot somebody with my machine gun and they got a pistol.
Yeah, and
go ahead.
Yeah, and to a Mondo point, I seen a video, a body cam video. This man had a rake or some kind of gun too, and he wasn't coming toward the cop. The cop just got out and stopped, put the gun out and shot him. I'm like, dude, he wasn't no threat. He was doing all the hooping and hollering, yeah, but he wasn't no threat because he was like, the cop was in the driveway and the guy was by the porch. You see what I'm saying? So And to the body cam thing, the news station down there, it took them 3 months to get the footage to a
3 months to get what footage?
video from the cops.
From
And
what situation?
I forgot what situation it was. I got to look it back up.
Some police agencies, it take that long, because I know some body cam footages from certain areas, from certain cities, it took longer. Like Georgia is quick. You can get Georgia in like a week, where other places you probably will have to wait a month, 2 or 3 months before you can get the body cam footage.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask all three of you a question, and I'm gonna start with D Truth on this one. And this is the scenario: if you had a family member killed by a cop, and I'm gonna put it like this: justified, not justified, unjustified, white cop or black cop, would you want the public to see that right away?
Yeah, yes, I would. I'm gonna tell you why. Transparency, because I don't put it this way. I don't want them to say, "Oh, we spinning the narrative," and I don't want the police that investigate, whoever, I don't care what, I don't care the state, the federal, whoever investigate, or the department that the cops in, to spin the narrative about this right here. And I do not want them to redact nothing out of it.
Okay, so
I want the true story. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, let me
hold
on before you ask.
Hold on, real quick, y'all. Hold on, real quick. And I
want to
just
answer that question.
Push back. I'm gonna push back on this real quick, and just a little bit pushback. I mean,
just a little. Make it a little bit, man. I forget what I'm gonna say.
Okay. Hey, look, I know you got all time.
Y'all be
Go
getting
ahead,
long.
go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Okay.
I got you.
If it's, and this is my opinion, fellas. This is my opinion. If the shooting was not justified, then I feel like the cam footages should be released to the public, the news media, to the news media unredacted. The social media, you want it redacted, man, because you got kids on social media.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want, and then you got some idiots on social media that'll take cam footages and make a mockery out of it. So when it comes to the news medias, I agree with you, D Truth, unredacted copy. But a regular citizen, if you can't provide a press pass or prove that you a member of a news media, you're not getting a redacted copy. I mean, you're not getting an unredacted copy. Now, if it's justified, I don't think you want, you know what I'm saying? Think about it, D Truth. You already grieving a family member. You already grieving a family. If it's justified, if the cop is justified for gunning down your family member, you don't want that all over the news and all over social media. Because all it's doing is it's basically you're kicking a family while they're already down, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. And the question I was going to ask is, and you took some of the answer away already. Should there be a certain time period that they release this body cam? Because as of what I'm hearing from D Truth is it should be done right away, regardless if it's justified or non-justified. I want to be done right away. Should there be a time period, or after certain things are done, should the cam be released?
All police departments are not the same. Like
this in your opinion,
Villa Rica is not going to give you anything and this is what I've learned. from doing my cam reactions and requesting body cam stuff. A small police department like Villarica is not going to be able to get you what you need as fast as Atlanta
Mm-hmm.
or Fulton County or Gwinnett or DeKalb. You'll get it. You'll get it like in a couple of days, or no longer than a week. But these
Okay.
small town police departments, it's gonna take a little time because remember they don't have but maybe like 2 or 3 people working working at them places.
Got you.
Yeah. So it
For
depends.
my opinion is this right here, and don't and I understand I'm going to get a little pushback. Well, they can audit they can alter the video cam. I think once the investigation is done, then they can release it. And the only reason why I say that is because one or two things. If it goes to trial, you don't want, as a defendant or the accused, somebody already having their interior thinking about how they're going to view that case. D-Trooper, you said you don't want people looking at it differently. But if you do it before the investigation and all the evidence is put on paper, and people are, then that can alter how people think about how they're going to view it anyway. Am I correct?
But you're forgetting one thing.
I've seen many videos that I've seen one point of view at first, and I'm like, oh man, that person is guilty as hell. And then look at another side.
You're forgetting one thing. You're forgetting one thing. Once the investigation is done, then there's the indictment process. Okay? That's way before the trial. You follow me?
You broke up. What'd you say?
I said once the investigation is done, then there's an indictment process. So after the investigation, you're saying release the body cam. It will still hit the public way before the trial. So that's not going to prevent anyone or potential, I get what you're saying, a potential jury member of seeing the cam footage. Remember, the George Floyd cam footage came out during the indictment process. But because for a minute we didn't see anything until we got into the indictment process.
But you forgot one thing though. You forgot one thing. Before we see that body cam video, right? We seen the video by a bystander on social media.
Yeah, that's another thing too.
See, yeah, you're right.
And that's why I said what I said. Cause guess what? Bystanders might not get all of it, right? And put it out there. And get what the narrative, that's one narrative on the victim side and make the cop look bad. Right. Justified or unjustified. So why not go ahead and put the body cam or the dash cam video on out there to show the whole thing?
I have a difference in opinion.
Go ahead.
I feel like if you're going to show the body cam, at least give the family the opportunity to see it before everybody else gets to see it, so that they could be prepared, once it hits the live streams and stuff like that. So I would definitely want to see it before anybody else gets to see it and poison my mind. Though.
That is the protocol. Isn't that the protocol, Sniper? The victim's family gets to see the body cam before it hits the public.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
That's what happened.
But that's already a rule
scenario.
Together.
Yeah, but I seen on one family, the police department didn't want to show the family the body cam video. I'm like, why not?
I never heard of that, D-Truth.
I ain't never heard of that either.
It happened. It happened.
Well,
It
please,
happened.
can you please bring that up?
Yeah, I will, cause I'm not gonna say that I ain't seen myself. You know that, and for some reason or other, they want the family to see the body cam video, cause sometimes when the police department holds it back, yeah, it causes trials and all that stuff right there. But yet, why can't the family see the video? What are you
Because
hiding?
Right.
they
Perfect
showed
example. L.A.
they showed the
County.
cam footage. They showed my nephew's cam footage to my sister right there on site. They played it back
Mm-hmm.
for her, right there on the site.
They corrupt in Los Angeles. That's why I
Phoenix
don't live in
Rising,
Los Angeles.
They
Phoenix,
they corrupt
yeah,
just
that
about everywhere now.
Phoenix,
He laughing because he
yeah,
know I'm
that,
telling
that
the truth.
they said that was the final, that was the straw that broke the camel's back. When it to the father after he saw the video, then that's when he went out and unalived that officer.
And that ain't always no good thing. Just showing. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I know. Okay, I feel like families should be given the right, should be shown the footage at first, but that's not necessarily always a good thing because you could have situations like what happened here.
Mm-hmm. And
But then
if
they
you
should
think
have a
about it,
follow up though. If they show me somebody that harmed one of my family members, then I think that they should have a responsibility to make sure that that person receives some type of counseling, some type of something that would, not let them just, oh, here it is and there it is, and put them somewhere where somebody can talk to them and say, I understand how you feel. And if you make a move, you could jeopardize this and you could jeopardize that. You have to talk to people. Don't just show me some footage and leave me to my own thoughts. And that's where I think everything went wrong. Once they showed him, they left him to his own thoughts after. So I think that if you have to first evaluate that person first before you show it too, because we don't want vigilantes and innocent people lives being taken. So I might just, I may not be saying what y'all like, but that's just how I feel.
but you think about it together, um, you never know what that person's state of mind is. You might not know what that person. There's plenty of evidence, or there's plenty of times where they show the thing, and the people that just start grieving, or they get upset. They go talk to the doggone news reporters. They do but it's not so many instances that they show the video and then they go out and that person goes out and kill a cop.
Right, but that's why you gotta. Like, that's why I said you gotta evaluate the person. You gotta pay
You
attention. If this man is grieving super duper hard and he's showing an excessive amount of anger, you'll be like, you know what? Maybe we should have someone talk to him first, because you can look at his body language and tell he might be a loose cannon, and that's where you make the determination. Not that you're trying to hold it back, but maybe somebody else in the family that won't take it and go too far. So I
but
don't know.
in the same sense though, if I trust, if you show me a body camera, and I understand what you're saying, but by that time he already had it in his mind. That's premeditated. He already had it in his mind what he was going to do. He's just like
Eh,
every four. Even if he saw that his son was in the wrong, um, and saw his son in the wrong, he's just like everybody, like us. It says we're so tired of our young men being killed by these cops, particularly these white
Okay,
cops. But
okay,
and we're
but
so tired. Hold on, we're so tired of that. He already had it in his mind, and I'm actually, and I'm actually thinking that this was. I don't think the body cam would have did. It was just his It was just his insurance of what happened.
Right, but what I'm saying is this: we can't keep saying, I'm so sick and tired of these cops gunning our young men and women down. We got to look at, I'm sick and tired of these parents not parenting their children. I'm sick and tired of these parents not installing values in their children. I'm sick and
Talk about
tired
it.
of these parents trying to be, their kids' friends. I'm sick and tired of the parents sitting up here talking about, as soon as your kid throw a tantrum, you give them their way. Now, if you get all that in order, and I'm gonna say something, I may piss a whole lot of women off, and I'm gonna tell you, I'll give you my butt to kiss. Anyway,
Mm.
like I said, if you stop sitting up here making a baby with a man, and then you look at that child as a cash cow, and because he don't want to give you no money or he doesn't make enough money, excuse me, your punk ass want to hold your child's father back from teaching him values because you got a problem. Your problem is between him, not taking it away from the child and allowing the child to learn from the dad. And that's the problem with a lot of these women. I'm getting so sick and tired of it because a man has to be in young man's life if he's worth anything. If you know that he was good enough to lay in the bed with you and make a baby with you, then he should be good enough, to be in that kid's life. I mean, we rob a lot of women rob their children of the opportunity. Where was dad at when he had that, that weapon? Where was dad at when he allegedly, as everybody is trying? That's why I say stories. They people have nothing but time on their hands to make up lies. He allegedly was in a stolen car, but now Phoenix gave us clarity that he was just sitting in the car chilling. But still, even though he was in the car chilling, why would you have a weapon in the car chilling? Was it that bad of an area? You know what I'm saying? If it was, then you should have been in the house chilling.
No,
I'm not saying that is right or wrong, but still.
and I want to add on to that, and just had this conversation with Phoenix Rising on this one. If he's in his own vehicle, and let's just say that there's no police chase or this, that, and the third, I haven't seen the evidence that it's not. But if you are in your own vehicle, you have done nothing wrong. Why would you? Why would you pick up your gun and run? Why would you turn around and point a gun at an officer, another human being who is just doing his job?
The moral of the story here is, you know, you gotta teach your kids at an early age that if they're in a situation where the cops ride up on them or the cops pull them over or whatever, you comply.
Talk it down,
Comply.
please.
That easy said and done.
No, D Truth. Wait a minute. No,
Hold on, let
no,
me finish.
no, no.
The
Hold on.
chances.
Hold on, D
Let me
Truth.
tell
You
Hold
didn't.
on,
You didn't
no,
even
no,
let
no,
me
D Truth.
finish.
Hold
You
on.
didn't let
Hold
me
on.
finish. You didn't
Let
let
the
me
man
hold up,
finish
y'all.
because you're
I
not going
didn't
to come
let
in
me
here and move the
finish, brother.
goalposts.
Let me finish. Let me finish, D True. Let me finish. I'm not saying it's gonna 100% guarantee a situation never occurring, but your chances of survival is much greater if you comply. Now, I've been pulled over a lot in my lifetime. And every time I got, with the exception of one, the high speed chase, but every other time I complied and I didn't have no problems. No problem. I'm talking about I was pulled over with jewelry on, bandanas on, and everything, man. And look, I ain't had no problem. They didn't draw no weapons on me or nothing. Like, the only time they drew weapons on me was the high speed chase. That's it.
Phoenix Rising. It was reported that the gun was found next to him. There was one in the car, and there was one next to him when he was shot. I don't know where you're getting this information from, and I don't care, but I've read this. It did not foul out the car and he got shot. He was running with a gun. Read
Like
it.
I said, I didn't really hear about this case. I caught the tail end
I'm
of
being
it
100 with you.
yeah, I caught the tail end of it when D2 did the live, because that was the night that I was working on some beats. When we spoke earlier today, after we got off the phone, I did a little research, but I never did do a deep dive. So I'm pretty much piggybacking off of y'all, as we go.
Oh my! So now, okay. So now there's conspiracy
See,
theories
Phoenix, you need to
that
hit the panel.
they moved the
You need to hit the
gun.
panel
Hold
for
on.
real. You need to hit the link.
Yeah, hit the panel because again,
Cause
now they
y'all
moved the
got some
gun to justify the shoot.
conflicting reports, man.
I'm reading whatever y'all. Okay, here's a fact. I read everything to you from Cincinnati News Report. I read everything.
Any kind of way you can put it up on the screen, man. You could do a share screen.
But I'm gonna say this right here.
Okay, go ahead, Detroit.
Yes, he did have a gun when he was down on the knee for he went between the dumpsters. But after that, you can't not tell if he had a gun or not. I think that's what Phoenix is getting at.
Yeah, that's what she's saying, Sniper. You can't really tell. What she's saying is there's no proof, no nothing proving that he had a weapon, but the cop saying he has a weapon. But what I'm asking you is, you read out the cam footage, basically saying that it was shown on the cam footage.
No, but what you really can't see.
Report saying that it was shown. I mean, it's redacted. Ain't nothing you can do about that. They're not going to give you an unedited copy.
But what I'm saying is, even in that video, it's so blurry, so the cam moving around so much. Now listen, let me finish. Let me finish. It moving around so much, and that would excuse the chief of police. That what she gave. You see what I'm saying? That's why people said, "Wait a minute here." You feel what I'm saying? So, hey, did he have one or he did not have one? So he not here to defend himself. Say he don't have a gun. So guess what they're going off of? They're going off what they are saying. Because you really cannot tell if he had one in his hand. Because I really couldn't tell. I really couldn't tell if he had one in his hand. But I only saw the gun when he was down before he ran through the dumpster. But after that, I did not see it.
D-True.
Yeah.
How many times have we heard that a police yelled in their microphone or whatever you call it, walkie-talkie, he got a gun, he got a gun, he got a gun, and next thing you know, you hear shots, and then when you actually get to the scene, oh, I thought it was a gun. Just like
the Red Dogs used to do that. That's why they got rid of them.
And sometimes people think, oh, because he got a cell phone in hand, they think it's a gun. You see what I'm saying?
Nothing was mentioned of a cell phone.
I know that, but like I said, in the video, you cannot tell if that young man had a gun in his hand or not. You cannot tell.
I gotta see the cam footage, because if the cam footage shows him turning around and aiming something at the officer, then it's justified. If the kid did not have nothing in his hand or did not aim anything at the officer, then the officer is in the wrong.
You know the good thing about all this. First of all, I just don't want to. We're not going to put this narrative in that now the cops are moving guns around and this, that, and the third. That's not part of the narrative. Okay. Second of all, is once this is released to the public, Because
No,
again,
they saying that the cam footage is not definitive. It's not showing any concrete evidence that the kid aimed a weapon at the cop. That's what Phoenix and D Truth saying. I haven't seen the cam footage.
this was broad daylight, bro.
Okay, so that adds another. That's what I'm saying. I haven't did a deep dive in this.
But I saw
This is on.
I saw the live. I saw. You cannot
I
tell.
leave the doom and gloom stuff to y'all. You sniper and you knew. I leave the doom and gloom stuff to y'all. I'm on beefing and sports. In my department. Oh,
So,
boy.
but how did it and get blank in the back at the same time?
Okay. That adds another element, sniper.
Yeah,
If he got shot in the back, bro, that is the cop fault. Then we can I still just it goes. Let me just say this: justified or unjustified. The father, I still think he's wrong for what he did. Okay, if his son was killed unjustly, you let the law handle it. Tamar Rice mom didn't go out there running over cops. Eric Garner's mother didn't go out there running over cops. Sandra Bland mother didn't go out there running over cops. Trayvon Martin mama didn't go out there running over neighborhood watch folks. Sometimes you just gotta let justice or karma, like I always say, one or two is gonna get the person. Either justice gonna prevail or karma is gonna prevail. And I believe in karma way more than I believe in justice. But it sounded like, Sniper, I know. I see the look on your face, bro. It sounded like with the late reports we got coming in, it sounded like, man, the cop was in the wrong. But like I've been saying, I'm consistent. If it was me, I still would not go out there running over no darn innocent person. I could.
If it was, or at the end of the day, me at 18, I'm not running away from no cops. Regardless, I'm like you said earlier, I'm going to comply because I want to get home to my family.
Well,
and if I'm sitting in the car, and I'm sitting there, and apparently in broad daylight, I'm sleeping. The cops pull up on me, and all four of us get out and running in front of the cops.
But you know what those sniper is?
Car.
You know what those sniper is? Some people that didn't run and still got killed, brother.
I understand.
Eric Garner didn't run.
You're right.
Tamar Rice didn't run, and they still got gunned down, brother. So I mean, you know, it is what it is. I hear what you're saying though, but you know, not running ain't always the answer either. Salute to you, Bevan.
Bevan.
Yeah, and they saying it was 6 quick seconds. That the entire situation unfolded.
The driver was gone. The driver was a girl. She gone too.
What you mean she gone too, Bevan? They said the driver was not a girl. It was an actual person, Mr. Rodney Hilton.
He got killed, but the defendant drove across oncoming lanes of
traffic. So it wasn't a girl. So Bevan, we're gonna go ahead and debunk that for you.
So the driver was related to the young man?
No, the driver was the one who was shot.
Okay. But I agree with you, Sniper. You get pulled over by the cops, or the cops come up to you and question you, comply. I mean, I taught both of my kids, always comply. But
me tell you,
I
just like
do
you,
agree with you, D Truth. That don't always help you. That don't always help you. There's been plenty of people that complied and still ended up losing their lives.
Let me show y'all this. There go the gun. The young man did have a gun. They're running. He's afraid. He's running. Okay, but still, he should have stopped.
Barron said the kid didn't fire a shot. No, he didn't.
you
He
don't
didn't. The
have
thing
to fire
is,
a shot, brother.
but
You don't have to.
if you aim at the officer, if you aim or look like you're finna draw on the officer, then they're justified in shooting you.
So, okay, so I'm just watching this video where he landed after he was shot. Guess what was next to him? In the little tree line where he got shot at.
Use your smaller boxer, sniper, on your setup. Yeah, there you go.
This
I just
use this one.
video you Mondo.
Okay. In the video where he was shot, it would show that the gun was damn near right next to him. I just watched the video.
But I was
His
talking
body
about
was
where
bladed, or his body was. Hold on, Detroit. Hold on. Just like I read earlier, his body was bladed. What it means is his body was turned to the side. He had it in his right hand and he had it across his body. Officer shot him. I wish people would actually do their research instead of coming up with doggone with accusations. Because a white cop shot a black dude, so we're going to automatically assume that he shot him unjustly. The question I asked, and I am getting very, I'm getting really irritated.
I'm watching the footage now. I'm watching it right now.
Okay, but the question I ask is, okay, so you're next to the dumpster running by apartment complex, because that's what's in the police report, and that's what's on the news thing. You run between the dumpsters. First of all, why are you running?
That's no reason. You don't gun nobody down just because they run away from you.
Just because they're running.
But I'm gonna say this right here. I'm gonna say this right here. I'm gonna say this right here.
I'm not gonna justify a cop gunning anybody down just because they're running. Exactly. If somebody is running away from you, bro, they're trying to get away from you. And if a person is trying to get away from you, they pose no threat to you. That's what I'm saying. And that's what everybody is saying. I don't see anywhere in this cam footage where the kid drew anything on him.
You know, which one are you watching?
I'm watching the one from the news station. He running, man. Got his back turned. What is
the angle of the cop that shot him? From
the cop is behind him.
We're not. I don't think we're looking at the same one.
I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it, brother. I'm looking at it.
That's the body cam video that I sent him on though.
Oh, you
see what I'm saying? Yeah, that's the body cam video. That's the body cam video.
Send it
to me.
I'm
gonna send it.
I mean, hold on. the view that I see, you could see it, and I wish I could post it up. This was when yours was on May 6th.
Let's see when was this. I'm gonna tell you what date this was. I can't tell you what date this came. This is May 9th. It was updated.
May 9th.
But yeah.
Today.
Yeah. It was May 9th.
One from May 6th. When they show where the gun was related to where the body was.
Yeah, this was from earlier today. This is from this afternoon. This was updated. This is an updated version right here. And
I'm like this right here. no matter justified, unjustified, it really doesn't matter. 6 seconds after he got out the car.
You
6
know how long it
seconds.
takes. You know how long. Do you know how long? And listen. And I'm going to say this to both of you. And this is and I mean this to the bottom of my heart. If this is not justified, I'm going to say it's not justified. I'm just looking at the same. We're looking at two videos. I'm telling you my point of view. Y'all tell me y'all point of view. I'm not going to argue. We're not going to argue about a killing of an 18-year-old young man. I'm not, and I'm not going to. I'm not going to.
From what I
I'm not
just saw,
belittling your
brother.
thoughts. You know
From
what
what
I'm
I
saying?
just saw, brother. From what I just saw, what they showed earlier today on the Cincinnati News, that clip that Dietrich just sent me, it was not justified, brother. It wasn't. The kid was running. Kid was running with his back turned. It was not justified. And it was daylight. It wasn't nighttime. See, I was painted a different picture. I'm thinking in nighttime, running in between buildings and dumpsters at nighttime, and he turned around and aimed the gun at the cop. Nope, that was not the case. That was not the case.
The video that I see shows a little bit different.
They could have. I'm gonna put it like this: from the angle, from what I just saw, he was close enough to tase him. He could have tased that kid. He could have tased him. He was close enough to tase him. A taser would have been fine. Would have been enough. A taser would have been enough. He did not have to shoot that kid. The clip I just saw, bro. So it is not justified.
So
But I don't co-sign on what the father did. I still say the father was wrong for what he did. The father was dead wrong and the cop was dead wrong. So you got two wrongs.
Yeah.
Two wrongs don't make a right.
And
Two
I'm
wrongs don't
saying
make
this
a right.
it's like this right here. It's all the ways somebody look at the video, right?
there's always
I'm not. Yeah, it's always that way. And if the family see the video, and they're gonna look at it one way, right? And law enforcement gonna look at another way. So it two sides. Like you said, it's different sides of the story, and we say, oh, young men, young black men and women should comply with the police officer. But they see what goes on. They see even if they comply, something going to go on. Guess what? Why you think they run?
but doesn't run and make it worse.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna give a story. This woman and her boyfriend. I told her mama this. Her mama, this 2 year old, remember her mama while the police got her on the ground. And guess what that 2 year old said? "Oh, you going to kill me?" You see what I'm saying? That's what these young people sees. Ain't that they don't want to comply? They don't want to get shot.
Let me tell you a story. You know how many times I've been pulled over with my gun sitting right there on my hip and the seat of my car and my on my dashboard, and I comply whatever I was doing. Since I've been 18 years or 21 years old and able to carry a gun, and I complied with everything. You call me Uncle Tom if you want to. I don't care. I don't start cussing at a cop because he pulled me over and said I was speeding. He asked for my driver's license. I'm gonna give it to him because I already know I'm valid. Even if I ask for my concealed weapon permit, which they really can't ask for, I'm still going to show it. Being regulated by the state, I've been never used the badge that I was given. I honestly believe sometimes I like that, Armando. I like that. That sometimes it is better to and look and again, and I'm going to say, hey, look, and I'm gonna argue both ways. I'm going to argue both ways regardless, because that's what we do what we're supposed to do as reporters, as content creators. We're not supposed to look at it at one way and be and only sit on one side of the one side of the level. We got to balance it out. So if this cop does get charges brought up against him and the evidence comes that it is unjustified shooting, guess what? I'm gonna report the same doggone thing. I'm going to say he shouldn't have done what he did. My angle of what I saw and what I've read said it was justified. What I've read, what I saw on a video that I saw that I just put into our group chat.
I didn't see no weapon being aimed at no cop. I don't know what you seeing. I don't know what you seeing on your copy, brother. But I watch both. I don't see no weapon being aimed at no cop, bro. No weapon.
But the only question I have for you then is, again, he's 18. Why does he have a gun? And where he is arrested?
It's plenty 18. You do know here in our state that college students are allowed to carry on campus. Down in Georgia Tech, Mercer, Georgia, you're allowed to carry, open carry. And you also do know in our state, you don't have to have no license to carry now.
But you still got to be 21. You can't carry a gun, or you cannot carry a gun in this state under the age of 21. They tried to change that law. They tried to change
it. Is that for every state? Is that for every state?
Now listen, and I believe that's. I mean, you can't drink or
because my thing is, so if you ain't old enough to carry a gun at the age of 18, then why are they talking about bringing back the draft and drafting 18-year-old kids into the military? How are you able to go in the military and hold a damn rifle or M16 at the age of 18, but you can't protect yourself with a firearm at the age of 18 in the state of Georgia? Explain that to me like a 10-year-old.
Very good. Hey, listen, that's a very good case to bring up to the state. But as a 17, 18-year-old who went into the Marine Corps in 1999, 2000, guess what? I still was, even when I got out of boot camp, I wasn't able to carry a gun. Until I was not able to get my license until I turned 21. But
well,
again,
I don't
now
see
the new law is
I don't see that kid up there. What was that kid in Wisconsin? He wasn't 21. That kid, they call him a hero. He drove from Wisconsin to what? Where was he? Drove from Wisconsin to Minnesota.
Minnesota, I believe.
It went from, what was it? What close to Wisconsin? He went to Wisconsin.
Minnesota.
Yeah.
He went from Wisconsin to Minnesota when they was having the George Floyd ride.
No, he went from Minnesota to Wisconsin. He went across state lines. So, and in the state of Georgia,
and went to Minnesota.
And guess what though? Where's his butt at right now?
He gunned down a couple of people, and they called him a hero.
He's still walking. He's still walking free.
He free.
Is he walking free?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He wasn't 21.
But I'm
gonna give you damn well he wasn't 21 because he was supposed to have been in high school. He's supposed to have been in school the next day.
Okay. You know what? The federal law allows individual 18.
A lot of those kids that's in the streets of Chicago and the streets of Atlanta is not 20 and they're carrying guns illegally. That's what it's supposed to be called, illegally.
Correction. In the state of Georgia, and in federal law, federal law allows 18-year-old are ordered to purchase rifles and shotgun ammunition
That's what I thought.
for their own firearms from licensed dealers. Hold on, that's federal law, but Georgia state law allows 18-year-olds to possess handguns under specific circumstances.
That's what I thought. That's
such as when they are on property controlled by a parent or guardian with permission. So they still own the gun.
So, but
salute to you, Jenny. Salute to you, Jenny.
Hey, Jenny. So a school is not. Hey, but listen, a school is not controlled by a parent.
No, but guess what? Did your parent or our parent do everything we was doing? No.
But all I'm saying is, hold on, Sniper. Law or no law, okay? It's the only time a cop, in my opinion, to justify to fire his gun if the dumb perpetrator or the suspect is turning around and aiming his or hers at the cop. If a person is running away from you, that does not justify you or give you the right to shoot them in the back. Just because you find a gun in their car, so we're gonna go around shooting people because they got guns in their cars?
No, wait.
Come on, man.
Wait, no. Hey, and I hear what you're saying, Armando. I hear what you're saying, but as I looked that up because I studied that part before. Hold on, and I'm gonna read it to you. Y'all keep talking. I'm gonna
say this right here. Okay, Castro. You remember Castro, right, Armando? He had a legal owned firearm.
Who?
He wasn't doing Castro that up in Philly that got shot in front of his baby mama and his child.
That was Minnesota. He was from Minnesota.
Yeah. But he was legally licensed to carry his gun.
Legal. He was legal.
He was legal. And he was complying.
Yeah, complied and everything. He stopped. That's what I was saying. All this talking about where it don't run, that don't guarantee nothing, Sniper.
It doesn't.
Jeremiah Castile. That's who you're talking about. Jeremiah Castile got pulled over, had his baby in the back seat, had his fiance on the passenger side. He complied and everything. The gun was licensed. The gun was registered. And that scary ass cop still drew down on him and killed him. Usually, let you cut the BS, Sniper. A lot of these cops. I'm just saying, man, because you it seemed like you kind of taking up for them. A lot of these cops are cowards. I'm gonna call it what it is. A lot of these cops, these are people that used to get their ass whooped in high school or used to get bullied in high school. So they would instead of going off and going to college and starting a career, whatever, they were introverts. They didn't have friends. They weren't with the cool crowd. They never hung out with the cool kids. So they would be the ones that would graduate from high school, stay home, and damn go to police academy and work for the local police department. So you come back home 4-5 years later for the holidays, you subject to get pulled over by a kid that you bullied in high school. A lot of these cops that do this sort of thing, one thing's for certain and two things for sure. Number one, they're cowards because they scary as hell. Quick to draw the damn gun. Ain't thinking about the damn nightclub. Ain't thinking about the damn pepper spray. Ain't thinking about the damn the taser. The first thing they do, they go for the damn gun because they scary. And the second thing is, most of these cops that go out here recklessly shooting people and choking people out, what do we find out later on during the investigation? That they have a history, a pattern of doing this. The Mike Brown case, that cop had a history. The guy that shot Tamar Rice, that cop had a history. The cop that choked out Eric Gardner, he had a history. Let's go down the line. Go down the line. The cop that pulled Sandra Bland over had a history of recklessness. So I mean, it is what it is. You know, you gotta you gotta throw that in too, man. You got a lot of cops out here that's scary as hell, and instead of going for their taser, which that cop, the video that D-Truth sent me is the updated version.
I just sent it to put in. I just put in the group chat.
That has May 9th on it, and I'm telling you, a taser could have got the job done. He could have did what he had to do with that boy with a damn taser. He did not have to shoot him. A lot of these cops are just cowards. They excuse my French, man. They coward ass bitches.
So before you go any further, I ain't saying, I'm not, like I said before, if it is justified, I'm all about, like you said, getting this dude evicted. But as a content creator, newly, I'm not going to go on just one view. I haven't seen the other video. I just saw what I sent you. Like I said, the video was blurred. We don't know what happened in between with those cops, what that cop saw right then, because we can't see it actually on that video. I have not seen the other video, and that could change my mind. Second of all, I agree with you. There's always that cop that just want to say he pulled his gun and shot somebody. A notch in his belt.
Yeah.
A notch in his belt. I know
that.
Yeah.
I got a question.
That's just given. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah.
But you see certain things, and you've been in certain situations. Some of us has been on the other side of that, and some has been on the other side. Somebody's been on the other side of the barrel, and some of us has been holding that gun. Now, I'm not speaking for any of those cops or the names that you mentioned. God rest their soul. D-Truth keeps saying 6 seconds. And a mindset of a human being, somebody's coming after you or running away from you, which I have the case law that says something different, but I'm not going to read it because it's going to open up a whole can of worms. Because then it's like, oh, well, you're an Uncle Tom because you say this, or you believe the cops are this, and you believe no.
Everybody got a right to their opinion. Everybody got a right to their opinion.
Yeah. So but at the end of the day, the question was asked earlier: can a cop shoot? Why would a cop shoot somebody in the back? And I told, and it was that's what I was talking to together when I said it. Does this justify this situation? It does not. It does not justify this situation at all. But if a cop deems that the person is going to do bodily harm, which if he has a weapon, and we know that he has a weapon, a cop can shoot. The angle that he shot at, and I don't know if this angle that I saw, and I haven't seen the angle that you saw, I don't know which cop shot. Was the one standing right behind him or the one that was standing at an angle? I don't know which one shot. But
yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead, D-Truth. You got it.
What I'm going to say is, it's a lot of things that, especially in also if they are guilty of it, they shouldn't be able to go get none of law enforcement job nowhere. Law enforcement certificate should be taken. That would cut a whole lot of this stuff out, and the culture need to change.
So
And
Dietrich, and because you broke up in and out, and
um,
I don't know
I, I said
I have to
said that
modify that too. But
I
are you
said
saying if anybody is in this situation, they should get their badge taken from them?
yeah, they shouldn't be able to
Okay.
practice law enforcement in no form or capacity. Cause we see the repetitions over and over again, and what I was about to say something else, but I forgot what it was. But I'm like this right here. I'm for good policing. I've seen some good policing. You know what I'm saying? I've seen some good policing. I also see some bad policing. I see some good people, and I see some bad people. It's all over. But when people like this right here, like I'm gonna say this right here, the father should be put on the dock on jail. Bottom line,
Now
that was
that's the
uncalled
one
for.
that goes back to what I was saying. We can, when it comes to the actual police shooting, we can all agree to disagree. Okay, Sniper has a difference of opinion as of now. I'm quite sure he's gonna.
As of now, yeah.
Yeah, as of now, he's gonna do some more research and try to get his hands on a unedited version of the police cam footage. Okay, but when it comes to the father, all of us, me, Sniper, together, D Truth, and people in the chat, majority rules. Majority of the people, even the comments I'm seeing in the comment sections of other people that have discussed the case, everybody agreed that the father is dead ass wrong for what he did. Dead wrong. That thought right there would never cross my mind. And I'm thinking about all the parents of kids that were gunned down by cops. None of those parents, even Mike Brown, his mother, they did the riot out there, whatever, but you never heard of this woman going out there trying to run cops over or trying to run anybody over. You can't go. Two wrongs don't make a right. Okay, so somebody take your child's life, that don't give you the right to go out there and just randomly pick someone out and then take their life. I know you. I understand the father. My heart goes out to him. That he lost his son, and the last thing a parent want to do is bury their child. That's the last thing. That's the last thing anybody want to do is bury their child. But you
You're right.
cannot go out there running over people. You cannot go out there on no vigilante BS.
You're right about
That's
that.
not the answer.
No, it
That's
never
not.
is. I'm gonna say this right here. This is what I just thought of it. In that shooter, they had not released that cop's name, which gave me a pause with what really happened. That's
Well,
nothing that gave me a pause with it. See what
yeah,
I'm saying?
that is a red flag. That's another thing too. That is, it's a couple of things of why they won't just come out and say, okay, the cop that got ran over had nothing to do with the shooting. It's just a couple of unhidden scenarios here, but this is one of them topics we're just gonna have to revisit because we don't have everything in front of us in order to formulate a valid opinion. We can only go right now. What we're doing, we're going off of speculation because we don't have all the facts and the evidence in front of us.
Yeah, like I said, in other police shootings, and other states, whatever, they do release the cop's name. See what I'm saying? And when they don't release a police officer name in a police officer shooting, let's take that Memphis, what they did up in Memphis, that trial they got over with. Do you see how quick they gave the name up of the police officers?
Where they when they black.
Yeah, and yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Now I'm saying even in some other situations, they don't give up the name real quick. But when you, it's just like just say if something happens and you know something and that went on and you know somebody that did it, hey, they close to you, right? And y'all bond, but yet
What is that?
it was not, I don't know. Oh, that's sniper that pouring him a drink.
Oh, okay.
It kind of make me feel like, okay, what y'all really hiding? Why y'all not really releasing the name? Oh, because what the dad had went and did to that retired police officer that
And
was at that graduation. See what I'm saying?
and
That's probably the reason why too. So I don't
and
know.
that and that's the unfortunate thing about this whole thing, bro. All the attention, what the father did, they are gonna deflect everything to that story about the father and what the father did. That's another reason why. And for when the father did that, he really pretty much uh deprived of his son of getting justice, in my opinion. He killed any chance of his son getting justice by doing that. So that's why
That's
it's never good to take the law in your own hands. It's not. Not when it comes to cop shooting, police shooting. It ain't good to take the law in your own hands. Now, if it's some shit between you and another person now, and they come do something to your family member, then that's a different story. All bets are off on that. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah, yeah.
but police shooting, nah, you gotta let the justice system handle that.
Yeah, and I feel like some of these like together said some of these parents let the kids do what they want to do, whatever, and they grow up feel like they can't they ain't gonna suffer no consequences of their action. Then also the kids get in trouble. I don't care what skin tone you are, what race, what ethnic group you is, and it always not my child. You know what I'm saying? But yet there's some parents out there like I'm not a parent, but I'm uncle. I know Mondo is and Sniper is. We're not gonna say, oh, not my folks. We're like, okay, you're gonna suffer the consequences of your actions. We gonna say, oh, they my child. They're gonna have to suffer consequences of their action because they did it. Because we know we raised them better than that. Am I right? But we got those parents out there, like you said, want to be their friends. I'm not condoning what the cop did. I'm not condoning what the child did. But I am condoning. I'm not condoning what the father did. Because guess what? If the father did that, where you think that his son got it from?
Mhm.
Did he fall off?
Well, hey,
At the end of the day,
I
bro.
guess that's a mic drop right there. Cause hey, he just did a little. He just had a little mic drop moment there. Hmm.
And
So
just like Amando said, as I had to step away and get something to drink and use the bathroom because I was like, good gracious, we've been on here almost 3.5 hours and I got to use the bathroom. Um, all we're doing, we're just being content creators, y'all.
hmm.
Yeah, we're just being content creators. We just,
Yeah,
we see
I
what we
agree with
read.
you. Let me, Phoenix. I agree with you. I agree with you. I don't think the police shooting was justified, but I stand on the father was dead wrong. I don't agree with anybody going out there running over an innocent person. I don't, no matter what, I don't care what happened, what somebody did to you, and there's no excuse or no justification of going out there taking your vehicle, running over an innocent person. But I agree with you, Phoenix, on the police shooting. It was not justified. I think a taser would have gotten the job done. A taser, they could have took that boy down with a taser easily from the angle that I saw.
It is what it is. We're just gonna sit back and see how it plays out.
Mhm.
See how it
And
plays
that's
out.
what I was going to say. Is we're going to sit back. We're going to do our due diligence, and we're going to. Well, I'm going to do my due diligence and research this better. All in all, like Armando said, we agree that what the cop did, as of now, because it's still the unedited version is going to tell the whole truth. No pausing, no switching views. It's going to tell the whole truth. Because what I've researched so far, there's nothing that just shows a continuous play of the whole video. The body cam. That body cam is going to be able to save that cop's life. But again, like Armando said earlier, that video, that father took, first of all, as it was confirmed by D Truth, that he took the wrong life.
Yeah.
Allegedly. And I'm going to say allegedly because, again, we don't know the whole story. We just know that somebody decided on their own accord to take somebody's life. And that's completely wrong on his behalf.
Yeah.
That's completely evil on his behalf.
I agree. Demonic.
If your family member or if your family member dies in the hospital, are you going to go and shoot up the whole hospital?
I'm gonna say this. I think because there were so many police shootings, the reason why you're getting mixed reactions with the father.
You fell off, brother. Say it again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. I can hear you now.
Okay. I said because I think the reason why we're getting mixed reactions on when it comes to the father is because it was a cop or retired cop or whatever, someone law enforcement affiliated was run over. But you got a lot of people that got family members that were gunned down by people in the neighborhood, and they ain't doing a damn thing about it. The killers are still walking around scot free, and the family members ain't doing a damn thing to get justice for it. So, but when a cop, kill, take the life of your family member, you want to march, you want to raise all kind of hell. But if one of them neighborhood dope boys take the life of your family member, you don't want to do a damn thing about that. You don't want to do nothing. They can walk around scot-free. You ain't got no smoke for them.
Because it's called so, but it's not even street justice that's being served to these folks. That dude living right next to you, and y'all haven't not near person do it. And you said something earlier, Armando. It could have been, I think it was you or D-True, but you said one of you said something earlier when he takes off that vest. takes off that uniform, that is a human being.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you know what? I seen a video where a couple of these other folks were going back in there, and and the citizen told, "Hey, if you didn't have that badge on or the gun on, you would be nothing. I'll whoop your, you know what?" And we know some that he said it to the cop, and
But
guess what?
D
It wasn't
True,
that the cop could do. Go ahead.
but I also seen a video of this dude. I forgot, it was somewhere up north. The dude that this young man told a cop and said, "Hey, if you don't have that badge on, I will f you up right now." That cop took off his badge, told his other partner, "Don't worry about it. Don't even if he whoops me, he's not going to go to jail." That cop took off his badge and it commenced to kicking that boy's butt. And then the family members want to come out and say, "Oh, but you're a cop. You're a cop. You're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to do that." But sometimes these folks, just like Armando said, you do have these scary cats, and you do got these punks who put on a badge and think that they're above the law.
Yeah.
And
Hey,
somebody,
he was down
I'm
with
the
it.
police, I'm the law, I'm this. But you do got them dudes out there that says, "Listen,"
They're with it.
and that's what I used to tell, and people used to test me when I had my badge or when I was in the Marine Corps. "Oh, if you wasn't in that in your uniform right now, I kick you." Let me take this off, because at the end of the day, I'm a grown man. I got a family to get to. I got kids to get to. At the time, I had a wife to get to. So at the end of the day, I'm telling you right now, hey, this is just this is a job for me. Any job that I do, "Oh, if you wasn't behind that desk, let me walk around this desk real quick." What's going on, Derek?
Salute to you,
But I've
Derek.
seen the videos. I've seen the videos when people open their mouth and they say, "Well, if you didn't have that badge on," and that cop took off that badge and said, "Let's go around this corner real quick."
Yeah, whoa out.
And,
Whoa
and
them
then,
out.
and see, I think what his problem was, he saw these other videos where the cops was too scared to take out their badge, whatever. He thought he had the easy target. Thought, okay, I'm fuck him out. Little did he know that cop was down with it.
Somebody, hey, just like Armando said, some of these cops, they come from the city, or they country bred boys, black or white, Hispanics, and they about that life. But y'all, I would thank everybody for coming on here. It's been a great discussion. Thanks for the chat. Thanks for everybody that joined the chat. Y'all hit that like button before y'all head out. I know Armando, me and Armando, we got some other things that we need to discuss when it comes to sports. You want to do it, or you ready to go get off, Armando?
I mean, man, we can talk a little sports.
We can talk a little sports.
Yeah.
Give me a second here, because we're gonna talk a little sports.
Speak and it goes with the topic, taking matters into your own hands. Okay, so
Yeah.
we got an NIL problem in college football. Do you agree with Donald Trump stepping in, taking matters in his own hands of regulating the NIL and regulating college? He's talking about regulating the entire college football. Do you agree with him, a sitting president, taking
Hell
matters
no.
in their own hands?
Hell to the now in my Bernie Mac voice. I don't agree one bit. I don't. What about you, Sniper?
We're gonna stay to sports. So I'm gonna say no because I'm gonna go with. I don't agree with nothing. No, I don't agree with. First of all, I don't agree with anything that the federal government has to do with sports. Sports is state. If you want to look at it politically, sports they belong to the state. So you keep as you got bigger things to worry about than doggone than doggone sports and money.
That's my thing. That's my thing. We got enough problems in this country.
Don't go, Jenny.
You got poverty. You got a poverty issue. You got these school shootings going up again. You got fentanyl crisis. Then you got a couple of wars that's getting ready to break out. We got a whole lot of other issues going on, man, that needs his attention. I think he need to just leave, sports alone, college football alone. I find it rather funny that, people had a problem with Obama doing a March Madness bracket, but they cool with a sitting president trying to come in and regulate a damn NIL program, a college football, or college sports.
That is just, here's the deal. If you can't, if the state can't do church and state, then why is it federal and sports?
My thing is, that would be a disaster if the president. I don't give a damn if he does appoint Nick Saban, because I think his agenda is he trying to tilt the balance in favor of Alabama University. Okay. Now that everybody's able to pay, it's an arms race now, and Bama can't keep up, and that don't sit right with Nick Saban. But my thing is, just like how people think that politics is rigged and they think the electoral college is rigged, if politicians start messing around with college sports, that's gonna tank the sport, man. And that's gonna have people not want that's gonna kill the ratings.
It's bad enough already that just don't have a complete control on this NIL. And enough that this president is putting tariffs on everything that we are suffering for. Because I went to Waffle House the other day and had to pay 50 cents. No, I'm sorry, $1 per egg. All these businesses are losing at the end of things because of one person. And now you're going to try to take away something that people look forward to. I mean, people look forward to having grits, eggs, and bacon, especially in the South.
You better cook that at home. Salute to you, Mako Hunt. You better cook it at home.
Yeah, you better cook it at home.
Because it's more expensive to eat out now than it is to buy groceries and cook at home.
But I'm going to say this right here.
Y'all hit that like button, bro.
Yeah. And I'm going to say this right here. If he take over sports, I already know how high price tickets is and how much those cost at concession stands right now, right? You already know how high it is. Just think I'm not even going to go to the lower level seats. Think how much the cheap seats really going to be if that happens.
I think what it end up happening is so I think what they trying to do, because Nick Saban never really was in favor of the NIL.
No.
He wasn't in favor because that right there, it created parity in college football. See, before the NIL, it was Bama, 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 Georgia, Bama, Georgia, Bama, Georgia. Now it's parity throughout college football. If they come in and try to do away with the NIL, which I think that's what they're going to try to do, is to do away with the NIL, then you're going to have these kids opting out. They might come in and play 1 year and then opt out and sit out their sophomore and junior year and go on in the combines. I'm telling you, man.
But don't you think? but then again, that end up hurting that player at the end too.
Not necessarily. It didn't hurt the Honey Badger. It didn't hurt Derek Stingley. Derek Stingley played 1 year, 1 full season. He played in 2019, 2020. He opted out and he played maybe like 1 or 2 games in 2021 and still went in the first round.
Mm.
Yeah, man. They ain't look, man. These dudes ain't finna get out there risking their livelihood for nothing. You better pay them something. What would you better pay them something? I wouldn't mess with the NIL right now because one thing. Look, here's another thing too. Here's another thing you forgetting, Sniper.
Mm-hmm.
All across the country, you got the highest graduating rate. It has never been as high as it is now because a lot of these schools are putting clauses in these contracts. You got to maintain a certain GPA in order to get that money. Or if you get a certain GPA, you get a bonus. You get an extra $100,000. You get an extra $50,000.
And then he got graduate.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And if you don't graduate, you got to pay half of that money back.
Do you think that what's this spring league they got going on?
UFL?
The UFL. Do you think that if they mess with the NIL deal, do you think kids are opt out of going to college and go play there?
Yes. This is that's another thing too. Me and D True was talking about that the other day. The UFL, they've already talked about allowing sophomores.
Somebody get this clown up out of here.
I don't know what I don't know what. And these fools, all these fools coming in talking that crap on child support. They on child support, behind on child support, in and out of jail for child support. It's just ridiculous. Ridiculous, man.
Hey,
keep searching for that gotcha moment. Keep searching for that gotcha moment.
Hey, Jenny,
it ain't happening. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody's talking about it.
Hey, Jenny told us
that non-paying rent idiot over there. Go ahead, man.
Come up on the Terror Dome. I'll be waiting for you. I'll be your Huckleberry. Somebody got it? I got it. Don't worry about it.
But and another thing about these fools.
I already did it.
Another thing about these fools. These the same fools that was sitting there supporting a guy that raped a 13-year-old girl. These same idiots. That's good. They're coming here typing this nonsense. These same idiots were supporting a man, a 47-year-old man that raped a 13-year-old girl. Every last one of them that came in here tonight with that nonsense was over there in that man chat supporting him. But they don't want to talk about that, though. They don't want to talk about that.
No, they don't want to talk, period.
They don't want to talk about that.
So what were you saying about the UFL?
Yeah, the UFL could just say, look, we're gonna allow sophomores, college sophomores to be drafted in the league. So if that happens, a kid could, man, I give you one even better. A kid could finish his senior year of high school, sit out 1 year of college, and just say, hey, I ain't going no damn college. And then walk on to a UFL camp at the age of 19 or 20 and try to make the team or try out for the team. Because it ain't really no rule that says you got to go to college in order to try out for a team. It ain't no rule saying that.
I thought
For either league.
The tryout for when is the last time that somebody, I know a few people have went into the UFL and got drafted, or not drafted. Was it undrafted free agent?
Yeah, you can go in. You could go in the NFL as an undrafted free agent.
Right, but I'm trying to get this question right. How many people have went from the UFL to the NFL? And it's a very small number, if I remember correctly. It's not a great number. Would that have an effect on some of these kids that go, these big name kids? And I think that it's not going to be the big name kids. It's going to be the kids who are leaning to be, that can be on the second team, but is more on the third team.
Well, I'm gonna say this first and foremost. You got some players in college that's making more than players in the UFL, way more.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like that Curtis kid we just signed. He making more than anybody on any UFL roster. But if they go to if the president and Nick Saban them go to messing with the NIL, because you know that old saying, don't start something that you can't finish.
Mm-hmm.
So if they go to coming in, talk about, all right, well, no more NIL. Man, them kids are not finna play no 3 years for nothing. Now that they done got a taste of the good life, that they done went out and hired agents and stuff like that, man, and getting endorsement deals and stuff like, man, these dudes ain't finna go back to the way it was. You can never take it back to the way it was.
Yeah, just think what kind of hit that. Just think what kind of hit the college football, basketball, baseball would take, and how much money they'll lose.
D-Truth, what is the big splash coming out of Auburn?
For right now, they saying that transfer quarterback, I forgot what the damn name is. Damn, is supposedly he gonna be named the starter, but
Jackson Arnold.
Yeah, Jackson Arnold gonna be the starter, but Deuce Knight is close behind as the backup.
Any particular name draft or not drafts, but commitments that y'all looking at right now? Like we had the Curtis kid, we got the tight end, another tight end that looked like he's about to come to Georgia.
Not as right now, but for football, not as right now, because in Auburn basketball they've been making a big splash of replacing all the ones that had left for the basketball season, either as a bidder or going to the draft. So they replaced a whole lot of other people, and I have more on that as time goes on and what it's looking like in 2026 as their recruiting going. And I think this kid that from I forgot what for close to Freedom City, Alabama. That he got Georgia's one of the team, Florida one of the team, Alabama, Auburn one of the team, and I forgot. I think Ohio State is one of the team. He's supposed to get his result in June something. June something. I forgot where he's gonna get his commitment to. And the two front runners is Auburn and Alabama. So we'll wait and see.
Let me ask both of you a question real quick. We're just talking about if if the NIL deal gets, they said, all right, no more money going into colleges. And we go off of what Armando said, his kids will go 1 year and then they go to the UFL. That will put that kid at 17, 18. Most of the people in the UFL are 25 and above. Do you think a 17, 18-year-old, and the reason why I asked this question, that receiver from Alabama, last name is Williams, am I correct?
Yeah.
I know he's
the thing about him, let me stop you in your tracks, brother. Okay, you're mixing apples and oranges. He's a small dude. Okay, he's a small dude. He's what, 5'6", weigh like 150, 145. He's small. I don't give a damn if he was 30 years old. He's small. He's small. He's tiny, and I don't see him lasting in the NFL. If he don't put no weight on him, he don't gain no weight between now and his junior year. I don't think the GM's really gonna want to mess with him, bro, because he's small. You could get away with that back in the days, and back in the Bolitnikov was small like that. Cliff Branch was small like that. They played for the Raiders back in the days, but now it's a passing league. These quarterbacks throwing the ball all over the stadium. They throwing damn near on every down. It is a passing league. So these GMs, they don't like drafting small receivers. That dude's small. That Jeremiah Smith kid.
Yeah.
Oh, he could have went straight into the NFL, and can't nobody up on this panel tell me that boy couldn't have went in the NFL and balled out. He could have skipped college and went straight to the damn NFL. It's a couple of more receivers that could have did it. AJ Brown, Odell Beckham Jr., George Pickens, Brock Bowers. In my opinion, Brock Bowers could have went straight to the NFL. That's how good he was, bro. It's a lot of players that could have went straight in the NFL.
But the experience of some of these players, you said
you ain't got to start them. You ain't got to start them. They could be on the practice squad. I don't really agree unless you finish at the bottom of the league. I don't agree with putting a whole bunch of rookies out there on the field as starters. With me, if I was the head coach, I would play. I would let the rookies sit a year or two, develop, and then put them out there. But I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying, them kids, man, they ain't finna be playing no 3 years for nothing. Them days over with, Sniper. Yeah. They ain't finna be getting out there risking their health and risking their arms and legs and necks for nothing. And these colleges getting $1 billion TV deals, man. Come on, bro. These kids ain't finna allow that. They ain't finna allow these schools to pimp them no more. They'll sit out. They're gonna go back to sitting out. They're gonna go back to by
As we saw with
mid-season.
Nico.
You'll see players out there you ain't never heard of. That's what you don't want. That's what you don't want, man. You don't want that. So let them get back. Huh?
I just see a lot of I just see, again, this is what I foresaw a couple of years ago when we first started about this NIL deal. And we talked about it. Yeah, should they be making millions?
I didn't know they were gonna be. I had no idea they're gonna be paying them no damn millions. I mean, we can go back. I still, that live is still up from what, 4 or 5 years ago. I had no idea that they were gonna be getting paid like this. I'm thinking maybe like 100,000, 50,000, at the most 250,000. I had no idea these dudes gonna be getting paid millions, and we're gonna be pushing Maybachs and Lamborghinis and Ferraris and stuff like that. I ain't think it was gonna be like this, but I will say this: if Trump really serious about doing this, man, all he got to do is do one or two things. Okay, the transfer, because the transfer and the NIL go hand in hand. You can't fix one without fixing the other. We had a transfer portal issue before the NIL. Okay, transfer portal. You are not allowed to transfer. If you sign an NIL deal with a school, say you sign an NIL deal with Auburn, okay?
All right.
That contract is for 2 years. You got to give Auburn 2 years. You cannot be signing NIL, going there and getting paid $5 million, and then turn around and transfer to Georgia and make another $5 million. That's what they doing now. That's what Carson Beck did. Carson Beck came back, told Kirby, look, I'm only coming back for $4.5 million. Take it or leave it. And he came back. We paid him $4.5 million. Then he get hurt. Then he faked like he going in the NFL. Then he turn around and then come back, undeclare, and then hollering about he gonna transfer to Miami. And go down there to Miami and make what and ask him for done $6 million. I would cut that mess out. You got to give a school 2 years. You got to give a school 2 years, and you got to play. You put it like this: you got to play. You got to play. You unless you injured. Ain't no sitting out. Ain't no opting out unless you injured. You got to play. You got to play. Now it should be a conduct clause in these contracts. If you speed, you get fined $500,000. I'm talking about you fine the hell out. You get locked up for anything, you get fined for $500,000.
I like that.
You know what I'm saying? Start hitting them in the pockets, man. They're straight up.
That's what they do in the NFL.
Yes, sir. And you see what you don't hardly see no targeting anymore like you used to see in the NFL. They done cool, bro. They cool that off. That targeting stuff. I hardly see it. I hardly ever see anybody targeting in the NFL anymore. That's another thing in college. Okay, they want to make this instead of ejecting the player and throwing the player out the game. Fine them.
Hit them in the pockets.
Fine them. Hit them with a fine, $10,000. The first targeting. Second targeting, $100,000. Third targeting, you suspended for a full game. Not for no half, a full game. That's the 3 strikes rule.
Now
make it a 3-strike rule. Go ahead.
Yeah, in the NFL, you don't get ejected from the game for targeting, do you?
Hell no, they fine you.
No. You find you, but you still get to play.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yeah.
just like any other job, though.
Yeah.
You go ahead.
Yeah, a lot of jobs you get dock pay. So I mean, like, okay, so you're gonna handle them like paid athletes. So that should translate to the football field. And when
Mm-hmm.
it comes to targeting, instead of throwing them out of the game, because there have been that right there has like tilted the balance of a game. And you don't want that to be no deciding factor. You don't want to be in no situation where we in a playoff game and the kid get ejected. And then, you know, that leaves the fans wondering, okay, well, if that kid when he got ejected, would the other team would have won the game? You don't want to tank the game like that. Find the player. Hit them with a fine. $10,000 the targeting, the first targeting, $100,000 the second targeting, third targeting. That it's suspended for a full game. That's how I would do it.
But you know what? It goes a little bit further than that. Not only does it affect the game, um, that game, but it also affects the next game because you got to sit out 2 quarters, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you get hit with a targeting in the 4th quarter, you got to sit out the first 2 quarters of the next game. Crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy. They need to do something about that.
Mm-hmm.
They really need to do something about that targeting, ejecting players for the rest of the game, and then they got to sit, a half of the next game, or if it's like the beginning of the game, they got to sit the entire half.
Yeah.
That
But
that
I think, well, I do think that Trump needs to keep his butt out of the game. You're not messing with the NFL.
all that, yeah, and they ain't man, them dudes, they ain't finna let him mess with no darn NFL. Hell no. They ain't let him mess with no darn NFL. No president mess with me. Here, Nixon tried that. Nixon tried to mess with college football too. They stopped him in his tracks.
So when Saban went to speak to him about it, that was an agenda.
Man, that's an agenda to try to get Bama the edge and leverage again. That's all that's all about, man.
So
But what he actually doing is hurting Bama and the SEC and the Big Ten, because it's going to open the door and going to make it an even playing field for the ACC, the Big 12, and then this new Pac-12. Because you see the ACC getting ready to bring Notre Dame in.
I saw an article on that.
Notre Dame, man, they're going to pick the weakest conference to go to. And the only team they really have to worry about every year is Clemson, because Florida State, from what I'm hearing, Florida State is headed to the Big Ten.
Why would they do that?
No, I'm sorry. Florida State may be headed to the SEC, and wait a minute, one of the two. It's one. I think it's either Florida State going to the Big Ten or Miami going to the Big Ten, and Florida State coming to the SEC. One of the two. But I know North Carolina is already in negotiating of heading to the Big Ten, which makes no sense. North Carolina North Carolina should come. If they gonna leave the ACC, they should come down to the SEC. That's a
I
no-brainer
mean,
there.
yeah. I mean, just keep it. First of all, you thinking about. First of all, you thinking about these travel plans and when these planes flying out the air. We don't want to see another doggone another accident like Marshall.
No, not just that. I'm just saying, man. It's and I'm not just it benefits with football and basketball. Can you imagine North Carolina playing Georgia, Bill Belichick versus Kirby Smart? Can you imagine the ratings that game would have? And it'll be all about the coaches then. It will be all about the sidelines. All eyes will be on Bill Belichick and Kirby Smart.
Speaking about Bill Belichick, did you hear that his girlfriend is not allowed on the North Carolina campus?
Because she's a wildcat.
Mm-hmm. Well, I
Yeah.
mean, she's only what, 20-something years old.
She's a Hellcat. She's a young, wild Hellcat. And he's what, 70-something years old? Let me tell you something, man. Ain't no damn 75-year-old man got no business with no 25-year-old girlfriend. Let me tell you something. That woman is young enough to be his damn granddaughter.
Right.
He got granddaughters that age.
But
he's always had a taste for young women. I always have him. Bob Crab too. Bob Crab messed around when his wife passed away. He been messing around with young women, man.
Old sugar daddy.
Yeah. Real rumors about him and Carter B. Allegedly.
Hey, if it's not one thing, it's another, bro.
Yeah. These I mean, but man, come on, bro. 75, bro, man, come on, man. It's some bad 40-year-old women out here, man. You ain't gotta rob no damn cradle. 75-year-old man, 25, and you have nothing, absolutely nothing in common with no 25-year-old woman. And you 75. Y'all don't, you can't relate to her. Y'all listen, two different worlds, two different generations. So he's 75. He grew up.
Don't even do the past.
My goodness, man. He grew up in the damn Elvis and Chuck Berry era and the Platters and Motown and all of that. Well, she came up listening to Don, the Migos, and Kendrick Lamar and 2 Chainz. she grew up in that era, man. I mean, come on, man. Y'all ain't got nothing in common, man. Nothing.
You can't talk about nothing. Hey, she hear that song Secret Love? Well, they really, why do they call them secret lovers when they're together? Get out my face.
Man, he can't even talk about, man, he can't even have what conversation can you have with a 25-year? You can't talk about politics.
You sure
You
can.
mention Ronald Reagan, they're going to look at you like you crazy. Who the hell is that? You mentioned Jesse Jackson. Who is that? You mentioned goddamn Michael Dukakis. Who is that? Only thing they remember is man, George W. Bush. That's the first thing I remember. 25.
But I mean, even more, you dating somebody, man, listen. I can't even get along with women that is 10 years younger than me. 40 plus? I saw a thing on there that said either they were saying that Bill Belichick is there's a 40 plus difference. They said, don't worry, women, you don't worry, your husband hasn't been born yet. I died. I died.
Oh, they saying she gonna end up dating younger men when she get to be his age. That's basically what they saying.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's the truth.
Don't.
That might be
It's
true,
the
right? To
truth.
her, man, she probably won't meet her soulmate till she 50 years old, 25 years from now, and that man will be gone in the ground. He'll be over 100. That's another thing too. Why would you marry? Why would you? Okay, you 75 years old, man. So you on deck. You on deck, just like Eddie Murphy said in that movie. You on deck, bro. It ain't no guarantees that you gonna see another 5 years, bro. I'm serious, man, because the average life expectancy for men in America is 80, somewhere between 70 and 80, because of the air pollution, because all that mess they putting in food and all that crap they putting in water. They putting crap into everything now, man. They even putting all kinds of chemicals and crap in toothpaste now. It's just so much. It ain't, it ain't, the world ain't as healthy as it was 50 years ago. Well, back in the days, you remember your grandparents were living well into their hundreds.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't like that
now. When we was drinking out of water hose and we didn't have an issue at all.
And then no issue. You could drink out of a water hose. You could, man, they turn the fire hydrant on, man. You can just hold your hand out and drink water. You could drink out the faucet. You could drink, man, we was in school, bro. You could drink from a water fountain. I mean, you remember, man, them days you come in from PE and tired and sweat and hot, and you get that cold water come out that dumb man,
waterfalls, yeah,
that water fountain, man, shit,
man. Not even PE. Just going outside the recess.
Mm-hmm.
Coming in, being outside in the summer, man. Hey, you wasn't allowed back in the house back in the day during summertime. Especially when if Mama was watching the soap operas. You was not disturbing that.
You better not. You better not. And man, that was before the Oprah and Jerry Spring came along. Donahue and all them, and Sally Jesse Raphael. You couldn't even come back in before 7.
Hey, look, your sandwiches is right. But hey, get your sandwiches. Get back outside the door.
Yep.
But hey, that's another topic we could talk about. The big generation of the divide between what people have done back in our time, and you're just a little bit older than me, but I still, again, I drink out of water hoses. I know how to pee on a tree. I know how to be come in and looking like it was just this in Africa for like 5 days, coming in dark as all get up.
We rode in the back of a station wagon, bro. Hey man, hey, we rolled in the we got around any kind of way we could, bro. Man, I remember it used to
back of a pickup truck.
Back of a pickup truck, bro. Man, you can get like 5 or 6 people back there and ride good.
Or hey, listen, or me and my buddies, we got our bikes. Well, that was our first motorcycle club right there. Put the put a Coke can or one of those little juice bottles on the back of our tires. We were rolling down the street making all types of noises.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, man. So, I'm telling you, bro. Shoot, they, man, they generational gap, man. And I ain't knocking this. You know what are they? Gen Zs now? Gen
They
Z,
gen something in the alphabet.
Gen Z, yeah, they Gen Z now. I ain't knocking them. Gen Z, these Gen Z folks, man, but they got way more options and way more privileges and things available to them than we had, bro. We ain't have no damn cell phones and internet and all of this, bro. Mm-mm.
There was a certain time you was allowed to be on the phone,
Mm-hmm. The only thing we
and
had
if
was
you
a
had multiple
beeper.
siblings, it got cut short
Yep. Yeah, the only thing we had was a
because after
beeper.
dinner, after dinner, there wasn't no more going back outside.
Nah,
You sit at dinner, shower,
uh-uh.
and your butt was in the house. And after Family Matters went off on Fridays, you was in the bed.
Yeah, after
Remember the
dinner, you better not be
TGIV?
talking about no. Yeah, after dinner, you better not be talking about no going out. You go out. You go out, bro,
Mm-hmm.
before you eat dinner.
Yeah. And if you did not make it inside when the time was right, you might not have dinner that night, or you didn't have what everybody else ate.
well, one thing I will say, my senior year, when I would hang out late, I came home, man. They had my food in the microwave. They had my food in the oven, the microwave. Shoot, man.
My junior and senior year, the only way and again, I'm just like I am now. I'm a homebody. My senior and junior year, only time that my food was waiting for me is because when I was at work.
Mm-hmm.
If I was working, my dad made sure that my food, because hey, that's the responsibility of a man. And, you get to a certain age, you had to start working and gaining that financial um, responsibility. And that was my father's thing. And again, your senior year, you know, didn't take that many classes because I didn't have to. So I got to work. And then I didn't have to ask for stuff, but they still, had the dinner ready for me if I came home late. And then again, it was like that. There was that responsibility. Hey, if you're going to work, still remember you had school the next day until you graduated.
Mm-hmm.
And after you graduate, hey, boss, you got one or two things you're going to do. You're going to go to college. You're going to go to the military. One of the two.
Mm-hmm.
And when
Yeah,
you go to
man.
college, and look, my daddy said, I ain't paying for you to go to do no damn basket weaving either. You're gonna get a
Mm-mm.
good degree. And
Mm-hmm.
I said, man, I'm tired of school, boy. I'm going to the military. And but that was a good thing for me, got me out and was able to do more things and being able to see more of this world. Because how many people can say, how many people that I know right now, even the younger generation, know where Seychelles is, one of the most richest islands in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Clear emerald water. How many say you could have been to Thailand? How many say you've been to Australia 4 times? You know what I
Man,
mean?
these kids got it made. Now they got AI design and courses in college, bro. Woo, boy, man, that one right there would be my major if I was going to college. AI graphics designer. Boy,
hmm
what? I
And
have
but
the whole class talking.
the whole class. Oh, you
Yeah,
want to make
yeah.
fun of me? I got you. Hey, but that would have been an AI battle right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the one thing about this generation is that everything comes to them easily, not come to it's so easy. They get on TikTok and be on there for a couple of hours, and now they're making money. So they don't,
Mm-hmm.
and a lot of these kids and a lot of these do not know how to communicate. And that's a problem. That's a problem. They do not know how to communicate.
Yep.
You think about it, like, I mean, reading text messages from my kids, and you like, what does that mean? Oh, that means that. Like, how the heck did you change a whole word to your liking? They understand it though. I wish my baby was here so we can do some more father daughter stuff. But hey, baby girl is doing well. Son's doing well. Little kids, they doing. They coming up in the world. So to debunk everything else people have said about me and my kids and how it is. First of all, y'all talk about the wrong kid. But my kids are doing well, bro, and I can't complain about it.
Exactly, man. The people that's running their mouth are the ones that's in, like I said earlier, the ones that run their mouth are the ones that's in and out of child support court, bro. The baby mama have to force them to do the right thing by the kid. Say.
Well, my brother, I want to thank you for coming up here. I want to thank everybody for coming through the chat. Y'all know me. I'm not here for clicks and views or anything like that. I just want to get up here and get this and give you people to think and have and hear a different opinion about things. You got any last words, bro?
Hey, man, it's been a great show. We need to do this more often on Friday nights, man. It's a great show, great topics. I had a great time. Salute to everybody that came through to support my bro. Everybody, make sure you hit that like button, including you broke ass trolls. Hit the like button. All right, until next time, take care of yourselves and each other. Armando Black, Wolf King out. Ow!
Hey, and this is your boy, the sniper. Hey, just because I changed my ways a little bit, you don't hear me doing too many foul language or anything like that. I'm still the sniper, one way or another. But I do appreciate everybody who came out. If I didn't get a chance to salute you when you came in, that is my apologies. I would do better for the next one. I got a couple more shows coming up. I got a few cousins who are about to hit the college life. Playing basketball, one playing football, going to good universities. And I'm gonna bring them up and see, how was the school selections, their high school career, and their aspect of sports. And we're just gonna have a good time. And my cousins, I love them, and I support them. You want to come up, bro? All right. I'll stay a few more minutes. Hold on. Give me a second. Let me get this for you. Love to hear your voice, bro. Let's see. But I'm telling you, don't come in here with the BS, Myron. I'm not that person. But I'm gonna trust. Hold on. I gotta find it again. Just give me 1 second here. I'm new to this, so y'all, you gotta be. There you go, man, Brian. Give you a few seconds before you come up. I need you to cam up. I know I've seen you before on Armando's chat, but I just need you to cam up real quick. What's going on, my brother?
Hey, what's happening, bro? What's going on with you, man?
Man, I can't complain about nothing.
Okay, then. That was up, man.
What you got going on? You still there?
Can you hear me?
I can now. I can now.
Yeah, what's going on, man?
Hey, man, this had a great
I
discussion,
had
bro. I
wanted
see
to
you
pop
put a
up
couple.
earlier, man, when D Truth and Armando, was up, bro. But had to handle something right quick, man. But what's going on with you, bro?
Man, everything's everything, brother. We just had a great discussion about the situation that happened in Cincinnati. We had our point of views about it, and then we talked a little bit about dogs and the NIL deal. What you got to say?
Oh yeah, man. I'm not gonna get into the Cincinnati situation, man. I got my viewpoints with that. It's like, you know what I'm saying? I ain't, I'm not gonna deal with it, bro.
Okay,
Yeah, but yeah, man. Look like Georgia, man. Look like, man, we're gonna be looking pretty good this year, bro.
bro. Have you seen the pieces that we put in place?
Yeah,
I mean, we got a defensive outside linebacker.
yep,
That quarterback's going to be that Curtis is going to be nice. Me and Armando was talking about it earlier. That
right.
quarterback's going to be. He look like he's going to do some things, bro.
Yeah, that's what's up, man. Yeah, man, I'm just waiting, man. Anticipate, bro. I'm excited, man. I'm looking forward, man, to the season, man. Real talk, you know.
Man, me and you both. I want to
Hey,
see.
thank.
Go ahead.
Nah, go ahead, bro.
What me and Armando talked about earlier. I want to see what Bobo do with this offense he got now.
I know, real talk.
He and I was highly critical of him last year, but the more I look at games again and I see he did what he had to do with what he got. Carson Beck was not his choice to be a quarterback.
Right.
So at the end of I'm going to see what he got. If I hear sources that what's the boy's name? Oh, I got his name right there. Gunnar Stockton is going to start, but I've also watched videos of Pulaski's workout over the summer. That boy got a cannon.
Yeah.
That boy got a cannon. With
Did we get
Lucky,
hey Snipe? Did we get another recruit, man? Did we get like a 5-star quarterback, man? From California.
Curtis. Yeah, name is Curtis.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll be seeing him 2025-26.
That was up. How that backfield looking, bro?
Man, our backfield, I mean, it's pick your poison.
Okay.
It's pick your poison. Peanut.
Yeah.
Of course, Frazier going to carry the load.
Yeah.
I hope that they teach him ball control and how to hold on to that ball. He had a couple of fumbles last year, but
right.
Once he gets downhill, I think he's hard to stop. And through that G game, I just it didn't show too much, but that backfield's gonna look nice, bro.
Okay, that was up. I just don't want them to run Frazier, man. Like he Earl Campbell. You know what I'm saying?
Right? Yeah. But I think we got too many. Cash Jones is back.
Oh, okay. That was up. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's going to take a load off of Frazier.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, or whatever. Okay. Is it Branson Robinson that left?
Yeah.
But then we got the boy from Illinois. I'm saying,
That's right. He
he's going to recruit now. Can Bobo use him?
Yeah.
And you got the players now again on the defensive side that you can go back and do what you did when you had the Davis, the Walkers. You got the defense now. Only thing we got to do now is tackle. Only thing we got to do is tackle.
Okay.
Because tackling was our Achilles heel.
Right. Yeah. And you know, Sniper, you know, in time past, you know, we always keep on good defense, bro. You know, always had them the tacklers, you know, and all that. You know, so as long as you know we got them strong linemen and all that, bro, you know, we're gonna be okay, man. We're gonna do good,
Yes,
man.
sir.
I really do. That, you know, let's go back, you know, what Armando said, you know, about 2 or 3 weeks ago. He said we might not get the natty, you know what I'm saying? But we going to go to the SEC again. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think
Yep.
that once we get past these first games where we can start gelling together, the one thing that most of us or most of the Dog Nation, we got to see what that offensive line look like.
Right.
If that offensive line can stay steady and keep Gunnar Stockton or Pulaski, whichever one they start, keep them upright. Well, the receiver core that we got is just ridiculous.
That's what's up.
Yes, sir.
So basically, we got weapons again. So we got plenty of weapons, right?
Plenty.
Okay.
Plenty of weapons. Now we just gotta make sure that Bobo used them correctly. And go back to the Bobo old. You remember when he had Aaron Murray and we score 40, 45 points a game, but end up losing because the defense couldn't hold up.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, man.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I'm great to get up off here, bro. You know, how you and your family, man? How your family doing? Everybody okay, bro?
Everybody's good, bro. Everybody is good. Everybody's living.
Yeah.
And yourself?
Yeah, man. Everybody's well here, bro.
That's good.
You know, I just want to say, you know, to everyone, you know, happy Mother's Day. You know what I'm saying? And you know, to everyone, you know, who mother is still living or who has lost their mother or anything like that, bro. You know, just stay strong. You know what I'm saying? And always be there for your family. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Real talk.
Well, thank you, brother, for coming up.
Hey, man, thank you again, brother. Likewise, bro. Appreciate you tonight.
Sir. And we'll be hey, look, we'll be looking for you. Come up, be a guest on our on the weekends when football season starts.
Man, you already know, bro. It's gonna be on then, bro.
Yes,
Go
sir.
dog.
Go dog. Sick 'em.
All right, brother.
All right.
All right. Peace and blessings, man.
You too, sir. God bless.
Likewise, brother.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna get up off this thing. You know, when you're having a good time, time flies. You know what I'm saying? Even though time goes at the same speed every day, all day, time flies. I got been up here for 4 hours and 37 minutes. So I'm gonna go ahead and set this down. I'll thank everybody for coming out, even the trolls that came out. I thank y'all for coming out, giving me some views. I'm not here for views and clicks. I just want to report what I report. You know what I'm saying? Y'all have a great day. And if I don't get to see some of y'all on here, especially my females, Miss Phoenix, Miss Jenny Valles, together, and everybody else that comes up here, you knew. I just want to tell y'all happy Mother's Day. I pray that y'all have a wonderful day. God bless.